Hi. Welcome back. Um, Super sorry to have to give you like another link to click on. Hopefully everyone can still find this okay. Um, I don't know what happened, but like all of a sudden the stream just ended. I don't think it was like a tech issue, but um I mean, like I don't obviously it was a tech issue. I don't think it was like an internet issue. Maybe it was, I don't know. I was trying to look up real quick just, like, how to reopen a stream that had already happened, like, using the same link and everything, but I don't know how to do that, and I don't know that it's possible with the setup that I have right now. It said something about, like, a stream code, but I think that's if you're using, like, a stream, like, software, like a streaming software, you could do that. That is not something that I set up because I thought it would be way too complicated. Um, but obviously, it's something that I'll have to keep an eye out for the future. Maybe I can try to set something up more properly for tomorrow. But anyway, the show must go on. I'm back on the zine train here, and I will just restart the stream as many times as I need to, I guess. Sorry to make it super annoying for everybody, but you know, what you gonna do? Um, yeah, so in the meantime, I guess I was down for a few minutes, not too terribly long, and I just was working on the sort of intro part to my zine. Um, and the whole thing, it's sort of like I've been trying to capture an introduction and it ended up sounding very like pretentious. I don't know. I feel like whenever I write without jokes and exclamation points, I always feel like it comes across as pretentious and I never know what to like I don't know. Just like I'm trying not to be, but I don't know. It just is. It's probably not pretentious. I probably just think that way because I feel like um, I don't know. I feel like it's hard to be taken seriously and also take myself seriously and take everything seriously, and it's just like everything's everything's hard. Again, for anybody who's hopping on, sorry for technical difficulties. I don't know what happened. I'll do my best to keep going here. um, yeah. So I guess what I'm gonna do now is just like cut and paste these. Hi, welcome. No worries. I had like a technical issue anyway where for whatever reason the first stream just like randomly died. Maybe it's these trucks, who knows. But it's okay. I'm back on. Welcome. Uh yeah. So the way that I'm doing this is I have this for the main thing while I'm checking the uh yeah, whatever. Got this thing, and then I've got like a focused work time sign for when I'm doing that, and I have a break sign too for when I'm taking a break. Um, yeah, the zine that I am working on is the it's sort of a Southwest magic zine, and so like I was trying to write this introduction, and I feel like it came out kind of pretentious in the sense that I was writing like about magic and witchcraft. And you know what? I'm just gonna like I think I need to go through these and pick out the ones that I like the paragraphs that I actually want to use for it. I do all my zines cut and paste because that is That is the Wesley way. That is the classic way. What are you working on? um, how's it going? I need a big button that says like "Tell me about your zine," like just to have in public, or ask me about my zine, or both. I'll have two buttons. I'll have like one on each boob. I'll just say like tell me about my zine. Or, wait, tell me about your zine. Tell me about wait. I'm losing it. Tell me about my zine. I'm still missing it. Tell me about your zine. Ask me about my zine. All right. All right. All right. Yeah. Oh my god. My zines are down here. Okay. So like I managed to somehow like this whole thing, I felt very serious while I was writing this whole thing. I felt very serious. I felt very like official and whatever. And I'm trying to do like you know, why I call myself a witch and all that stuff. If I don't do witchcraft, what does it mean? And all of this very like esoteric thinking about the meanings of words and witchcraft and all this stuff. And like literally the first time that I typed witch on my typewriter here, like I didn't realize until obviously after I'd finished the whole thing, and it just says I call myself a with. Like I forgot the C, or the C didn't hit all the way. So it's like okay, okay. I guess I'm just gonna have to deal with that, or I'll just like type the word witch and glue it over. That's like the nice thing about cut and paste everything, right? Okay. I guess I'll do a little reading of this as I go. I call myself a with. It sounds like do you know the okay, when I was a kid, like the Christmas song that I memorized or whatever, the Christmas song that I actually liked was "All I Want for Christmas Is My Two Front Teeth," because one year around Christmas time, I was actually missing my two front teeth, and so I was like, "Oh, this is the best thing ever! I can sing it, and it's actually true." It's like, no, that's not all I wanted for Christmas. I don't care about my teeth. I want candy, or you know, I want something else. Um, but of course, like all the adults are like, "This is the cutest thing ever." All I want for Christmas is my two front teeth. Like, oh man, I just gotta do that now. It's like do a little kid. I wish I was a witch. Like, get the little missing the two front teeth. I think it's really tragic that lisps in general are kind of I don't know how else to say it, but like marginalized, where people sort of make fun of lisps and that sort of thing. Because like it's the cutest thing ever. It's like an accent. Like, I mean, I guess we make fun of accents too, but I think accents are really cute. Like you get to you're using language and you get to say things in a way that's so unique to your voice and your tongue, and it's like the coolest thing ever. Why are we such a bitch society? You could ask that about anything. That's the $1 million question. Why are we such a bitch society? One of my favorite accents is like the sort of like uh 60s through 80s Brooklyn accent. Yeah. Yeah. What would you I guess incantations, I guess, like, music, I suppose poetry, and, like, some people will do, uh, sort of I guess it's called an incantation, I don't know, it's like verbal spell casting where they'll say, blah, blah, blah at the end, "So mote it be," or something. Um, I feel like you gotta put some there's like a special there's gotta be a way to connect with it on sort of a magical level. See, that's the funny thing is I don't do a lot of witchcraft. I mean, I do I do and I don't. That's basically what this entire intro is about. I just like I know that witchcraft looks really different for a lot of different people. Um, I really like sort of seeing all the different things that people do under the very large umbrella of witchcraft. I think it's really cool. And it's also one of those things that's just, I don't know if I've ever, I guess it's one of those things where probably the closest that I would get to witchcraft is finally calling something that I already do witchcraft as opposed to sort of doing like an active spell casting kind of thing. I got on a little tangent there. I'm writing a Perzine, so naturally, like this entire day is going to be me talking about myself. I mean, it's not just a Perzine, but like I'm at that part right now, so I feel like it's going to be very. Hope you want to hear about me because that's all I'm going to talk about. It's not entirely true. Like, I'm sure that later, once people have had more time to work on their zines and things, that people will be sort of sharing their zines as well, so we can talk about everybody's zines. You shouldn't have to do magic. You shouldn't have to magic once you've learned about it. That's a really interesting idea. Um, there's something that was kind of there's something that reminds me of. It's like I guess it kind of reminds me of Terry Pratchett, where it's like the um, the character Tiffany Aching is a witch, just kind of um, by nature of her connection with her home and her land, and just kind of like she's a witch because she is an integrated part of the land, and like her becoming a witch is her sort of accepting the fact that that is magic. And there's like this very big dichotomy that they have between like the wizard school, which is really hilarious. It's just like it's like a college, like a university, unseen university. And it's um I don't know, they have just a I guess it's one of those dichotomies between like folk witchcraft and like what do they call it, like high witchcraft, ceremonial magic, I think that's what they call it. um I could basically just base my entire life around Discworlds. Which I mean, Discworld is like a it's like a Discworld is already enough like our worlds that it basically already is that. Um, let's see. Well, do you have any thoughts for what you maybe want to do for your zine so far? Like just sort of any general theme or size of paper that you want to use or anything like that, or is it all just like open season? Because I know that can be overwhelming. I gotta get my pages out. the way that I usually do things is I glue on two like pre-cut half letter sheets so that I could rearrange them for scanning to read on a screen versus scanning like to print. Let's see. I need some backgrounds here. I've got 2 tickets to paradise. I kind of want to save these photos for something else. I don't know. Maybe I could use these photos. I've got all these photos of Colorado and the Southwest from, I don't know, just like a box that, like, obviously they're photos that my family took on some trip that I don't know where they came from, but here I have them. I guess maybe I'll put them here, and then I'll do like a border or something. Let's see. I got a big stack of sort of pre-made collage supplies, backgrounds, that sort of thing that are like vaguely themed for my zine, but the problem is now they're all in a big pile, and so I still have to go through and sort them. I also finally took out my recycling bin, which... Jesus Christ! What the hell's going on? I think I actually know what that is. A friend of mine sort of mentioned last night that we should watch out for like a Blue Angels fighter jet thing that's happening in Boston today. I don't know why it's happening in Boston today. All I can think of is it's Earth Day, and that does not really seem like an appropriate celebration of Earth Day, is having fucking like fighter jet pilots. Oh my god. Might have another one here. Unfortunately, this is like the loudest room in the house, and it's really not that loud. It's just the loudest in the sense that it's got the skylight, and like the insulation is weird because like I'm by the roof here, so you can kind of hear a lot of stuff that happens outside. Which is a little bit awkward for filming, because this is also the place that obviously I've got my art room, and so this is where I'm going to film everything. So that's a little bit weird. Look at this little Australian cattle dog sticker. Isn't he so cute? Look at him. I've been watching Bluey lately. What's funny is I kind of knew I found out about Bluey through a YouTube animator who worked on it, and he's like probably one of the only other Australian animators on YouTube. Other, as though I am one, but you know, he's like an Australian animator on YouTube, and so it's like, you know, his it's I can't remember what I think he changed his channel name recently, but originally it was called like Sexual Lobster, and it's a very weird channel, and all of his animations are super weird. And so then he says like, oh yeah, you know, I've been busy with my job, and then it turns out that he works on fucking Bluey. It's like, of course you work on Bluey. Of course you work on this like little kids. Of course you work on this kids show, because what else would you work on in Australia? And it's like, it's just really funny. Like the one Australian animation that I know, and then the one Australian animator that I know, even though that their styles are very, very separate from each other. Of course that happens. I need like a good background. I've got this like dancing cat origami paper that I really, really want to use for a background at some point. But I also I'm hesitant to use it right for this page. Like I'm trying not to jump in and be like, "Yep, I'm going to use it right now," because then there's going to be another page where I would want to use it instead, and I'm not going to be able to use it because I will have already used it. Let's see. Maybe I've got like these. I've got these. They're pieces from a calendar that could work. I've got these really cool black and white thingies, black and white magazine pictures that I got from just forever ago. I feel like I have way too many potential background things and also not nearly enough. Like it's just not. It's never exactly the right one. Nothing's ever exactly the right one, you know? Look at this cat. I found this sticker book at a thrift shop, and it's just a bunch of puppies and kittens and cats and things. And I have gotten a ridiculous amount of use out of it for being 50 cents or however much it was. Let's see. Oh, I know what I should probably use. I should probably just use. I printed out some MC Escher backgrounds. Like, hang on. I've got this frog too. I really love this frog. I gotta use him for something. Let's see. Of course, the backgrounds are all entirely on the bottom because they're very large pieces of paper. Ooh, I love this one too. Ooh. Let's see. Okay. I've got a bunch of backgrounds here. I've got this little stamped lizard thing that a friend of mine sent in a cool trade. And Kaija, I feel like you would really, really get along with this person. Maybe I'll see if I can send your email or something, because I feel like you guys would do a really nice trade. Ooh. Okay, so I printed out all of these backgrounds to potentially use in the zine. I think I really like this one for the intro that I've got going. I also have these are all MC Escher works. I love these MC Escher lizards. Aren't they so cute? Oh. I love lizards, like, and I love Escher lizards. This is like a Laura Birch. I might have gotten the name wrong. I can look it up. Laura Burke, who did all these 90s cats. That's the artist. The name of the artist. I got this cool like paper craft, or maybe it's a quilt. I don't even know. Something regular ass chevron that I'm kind of regretting having printed because I don't like how it looks. And then some more stuff. Look at this cat. Another Laura Burke, or maybe this was just an imitation. I don't remember, but I really, really love it. Isn't he so cute? I have such a fondness and nostalgia for that style of cat. Very particular style of cat. Let's see. Where's my card stock here? Okay. Maybe actually I should. No, I know what I can do. No problem. I think I'm just gonna tape the background because I feel like glue. I mean, I usually hiccup. I usually use glue. I just kind of feel like that'd be a little much. Let's see. Just kind of like taping this background now. I think I'm just gonna place, maybe I should play some Spandau Ballet or something. I was sort of talking earlier about just not knowing what to do for potentially being copyright strike copyright strike music. And I kind of don't care because I don't monetize, and so it's not like doesn't mean anything. I just kind of don't want the I don't want any problems. If that makes any sense. I won't have to defend myself for that. Okay, so I got this pretty background I'll set up on my cardstock. I cleaned out my recycling bin, but I specifically saved a few pieces of paper so that I could use them to glue things. I should probably arrange this first. Okay. Let me see if this reads in like the order that I actually want it to go. Because I wrote this very sporadically, very out of order. I call myself a wit, even though I don't do it much anymore. Respect witches. I guess this goes here. It's a good thing I double checked. Okay. Actually, I really love when it sort of lays out right so that the paragraphs are relatively even. I guess it's sort of hard for me to show it off without them sliding all. Oh wait, I can move the camera. I can do this. Like each page has sort of a roughly even amount, but slightly more on the left page. I really like that. I'm very particular, I guess, about it, about my arrangements. Let's see. I mean, I kind of like just the big background, but I feel like maybe I should leave room for something or add some little images, but I mean, I don't know. Why force it, right? What am I gonna do? I guess I'll just leave it like this. I think it's certainly maybe I know what I'll do. I'll like draw borders around the text boxes. That's a nice way to make it look like I've put more than 2 minutes into laying out this page. Let's see. I guess when I'm done gluing, I'll read this out. Like I'll read the page out, and you guys can tell me what you think, or maybe only tell me what you think if you love it. If you hate it, you don't get to say anything if you don't like it. Here's a little zine making trick. So when I lay things out, I usually do things on a half letter, like half letter size. And so if you're doing it all on one sheet of paper that is cut into multiple pages, or that will eventually comprise multiple pages, cut out a blank piece of paper that's the size of one of your pages and sort of put it over the side so that you can see where your text is going to be relative to the edge of the page. So like by having this just like loose piece of paper over top, then I know when I'm placing my text not to go too far over to the left. I know just to stay over here. Little zine making tip trick from my years of experience. I suppose I do technically have years of experience now. I think I can call myself a zine. I don't know. There's no such thing as a zine expert. Anybody who makes a zine is a zine expert, because all that being a zine expert is making a zine, right? Okay. Gluing this one on. How detailed do you guys tend to get in your layout making and arranging? Like, do you plan a lot of your layout in advance? I feel like I tend to fall pretty far on the planning scale. I don't plan it in like digitally, but I usually try to have all the pieces ready before I start gluing anything, which I guess sometimes it probably holds me back a little bit. I'm trying to be a little bit more flexible. Also, what's all of your favorite glue stick? Because I use the Oohoo whatever. Okay, also I gotta tell you this. Hang on, let me glue this first. I know that I'm gonna glue, 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 glue. Okay. I'm screwing it up here. Oh my god. Hi. Hey, Nina. We have our lovely host here. I've always hesitated to say the word host because, like, it's not like something that people need to attend. But that's basically what you are. Creator, creatrix of this event. My glue is, oh no. Oh no. Okay, we're good. Okay. Okay. Oohoo glue. I got these glue sticks, these Oohoo sticks, and these are like my favorite glue sticks. I've heard other people have like another brand that they switch to. I think it's like Blick Art Supplies has a really good glue stick brand. Host. I'm not doing anything. I'm just like trying to host this stupid live stream that crapped out on me in the beginning. I guess you don't worry about like missing the beginning at all, because I had like a technical difficulty where the stream just like randomly ended middle way through, so whatever. But what do I say? Some people like the Blick glue sticks. I got these Oohoo sticks and I just ordered them from like a there's like a secondhand art store nearby in Cambridge, and I ordered these, and like every time that I ordered these, it's got these Mario on it. Like, why does it have Mario on it? Why does it have Bowser and Mario on it? And I got like this big bag that they sent me. I can't find the big bag right now, but like because all the things are out of the bag, but it's like every single one of them has Mario on it. Like, it didn't say it had Mario on it. The preview image said nothing about Mario. It's like, okay, why not, I guess. And they even sent me like little magnets with like a Yoshi magnet and things. I gave them to the teen room at the library, but like, so ridiculous. Prit. I feel like I've heard of that brand for art supplies. I don't know anything about it. Do they do paint also? Is that what I'm thinking of? Um, I think I've heard of Prit. There's like very limited. I mean, the U.S. can get a ton of art supplies. We have a ton of art supplies, but for whatever reason, it's like only certain brands really take off. Okay, maybe they are just glue sticks then. That might explain it because we just don't like probably wouldn't bother to import just glue sticks. I mean, who knows? It's the US. We import literally everything. Okay. I'm almost like vaguely done enough with this intro page. I feel like I want to put an image though, like a drawing or something. Because right now I just have text, which is fine, and I got this background. And usually I plan out where I'm going to put it, and I did not plan it out. So, Nina, since you're here, how's your alphabet going? Like, did you pick your letters yet? Do I get to know what the letters are? Because I've been I honestly, like, it just keeps randomly popping up into my head about, like, I wonder what Nina's going to pick for J. Like, some of the harder letters, I just keep coming up. It's like, what could you even think of that says J? It's like, maybe, like, justice? Or like a Jewish witch. I mean, cover is a solid place to start. I ended up starting with the introduction, and I didn't fully like anticipate where I was going to start, but started with the intro. What am I guess that's like. Oh no! Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll use this one. I'm picking out a stamp. Journals, jewelry, jars. Journals is a good one. Journals is really good. It means that you could use grimoires for G, but I feel like there's other things that you could come up with for G. Jars is a good one too. I mean, jewelry's good. Those are all good. Those are all solid. I guess like I understand the difficulty, I guess, with those particular words because none of them are like witchcraft exclusive. I mean, I suppose very few things actually are witchcraft exclusive, so that's probably, an empty empty dream to try and do things that are witchcraft exclusive for every letter. Coughing here. Okay. My coffee has gotten better now that it's cold. I guess it was just meant to be cold, this particular coffee. I made like a really awful cup of coffee this morning, and it's like I didn't do anything, I just have a coffee maker where I, pour the beans in and whatever. My neighbors ground these beans for me because I accidentally bought whole bean and I don't have a coffee grinder or anything like that because I usually just get the cheapo things because I don't drink a cup every day, and so I don't like bother to I don't have a lot of coffee accessories or coffee things, but I was really excited because I saw the coffee and it's like, oh man, this is so cheap, this is so great, and it was in a can, and so I figured it was already ground, and then it took me until I got home, even though you can definitely hear the difference between a jar of bean coffee and a and ground coffee, but it somehow took me till I got home, and I opened it up and I was like, "This is beans." I like, I got coffee beans, and I don't know what to do with them. So I, like, asked my neighbors, "Would you guys have any use for coffee beans? Can I just give these to you because I accidentally bought these whole beans." They're like, "Oh, well, we could just grind it for you." They have, like, a really fancy coffee grinder, so they ground all my beans for me. And I tried to offer them some of the coffee too, and they're like, "Oh, no, we don't drink French roast." I was like, "Oh, okay." Like, and and I was confused, and not confused because they had turned me down or whatever. It's like, "You turned me down, you don't drink French roast. I don't care if you drink French roast or whatever." It was like, I was just like, "Oh, okay." But I was thinking for a second, it's like, what is that? What it? What does that mean? Like, what is French roast? What is? That sounds really stupid, but like, what? I don't know. I don't know anything about coffee. I know things about fancy coffee drinks and that sort of thing, but I don't know anything about like the sort of differences between flavors of coffee itself or like beans of coffee itself. Um, so I bought this one because it was the cheapest one that was on there. Is like the cheapest one that they had. uh, Whatever. It worked out all right. I have my coffee, except this morning. Then I made this, So I had made a cup of coffee with it before, and I was like, okay, it's good. I put enough milk and whatever in that I can't really taste the difference between particular strains of coffee or whatever. Just strains of coffee, particular like types of coffee, French roast versus whatever. Um, and then I got this one, and it was just like I made this cup of coffee and I took a sip of it this morning with my usual milk and whatever in it, and it was just fucking awful. It was so disgusting. And it tasted like fish. And I couldn't tell if it's because I had just eaten some cream cheese, like I had just eaten a bagel with cream cheese and or something, but like I tasted like, what is this? What did I do? I didn't do anything different. Did I like not clean the mug? Why would my mug make it taste like fish? Like it didn't make any sense. Oh my god. It turned out all right, I guess. Like now it's cooled off and now it tastes totally fine. So I don't know what the whole deal was with that. I don't know why it tasted awful. I'm kind of like digging through my stamp collection here. Not stamps as in postal stamps, stamps as in rubber stamps. I'm trying to find like a. I mean, maybe I don't really. Maybe I don't really need one. Let's see. I am unfortunately. Oh my god, I managed to. Hey, how's it going? Okay, so I was just in like the previous live stream. I was like previous earlier this morning before the live stream fucked up. I got this. I was writing this. I'm writing my intro right, and I had a line that said, "I call myself a witch." Hey, Jr. Welcome from fellow local area ish. Just realized maybe I shouldn't out where you live. I mean, I don't really know where you live, but I know you're like U.S. So sorry, Jr. I wrote like um, I wrote I call myself a with because I was trying to write I call myself a witch. And so I'm like, okay, so I'm about to glue this down and I figure, okay, I have some like leftovers where I was gonna cut off. Sorry. It's live, I can't edit it. Now everybody knows. um the Okay. I wrote and I'm like, okay, so I'll just cut out another place where I typed witch and I'll just glue it over. And so I start cutting this out from another part where I was going to do this as the intro to the zine. And it says, welcome to Southwest Witchcraft. Except it doesn't say witchcraft, it says wickcraft. Like, how did I manage to misspell both of those things? And I didn't even misspell anything else. All of the other words in both of these things are like normally spelled. What happened? It does not want me to put that in. I have one other instance of me writing witch, and I'm gonna cut that one out instead. I'm really excited to see all you guys here because you are in for a treat. I'm gonna read this introduction. Holy crap! So you guys can see text of my zine, see what you're working, see what I'm doing. Also, like, all the people popping in, like, are you guys working on zines, and what are they about? Because I'd feel a little bad if I just sat here talking about my own zine for 12 hours or however long the streams are. How long is it? 16 hours because it's 8 hours, 2 days. Okay. I've got the final little piece here. Well, not final. I'm gonna have 2 pages done, and it's 11 o'clock. And I had said something about trying to do like 24 pages total, which would end up being roughly 2 pages an hour for a 24-hour zine. I know that like you don't have to be super strict about the 24 hours, but I kind of want to try and be somewhat strict about it with myself, because I just want to, because I really like creative type challenges, you know. I've done a 24-hour comic, and I feel like I got to do a 24-hour zine. I turned the comic into a zine, but it's, you know, it's not the same. It's not exactly the same. Okay. I just feel like I need a little something on the top here. Okay, here's what I have so far. Yeah. The I feel like I need a little something like a title. Maybe I'll just put the title of the zine up there and like all the sort of whatever like information, you know, the date that I made it, all that sort of thing. I guess that's what I'll probably do. Glad you like it. Okay, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to handwrite it just so that it like stands out a little bit from the rest of it. Get my spare paper or something. Just get. I should have a scrap to be able to write this on. Okay, I'll write it here. Okay. Oh yeah, totally. That is totally good. I was talking a little earlier about how I kind of think that the whole. Okay, so I used to write. Oh, glad you like it. I used to work for National Novel Writing Month, and I did customer service and tech support. And a lot of time, and National Novel Writing Month, for those who don't know, you try to write a novel in 30 days, which is 50,000 words over the course of 30 days. And it's like a big event, and it happens every November. And I would get a lot of people who would email me and ask if whatever they were doing was like okay for NaNoWriMo. Like a, you know, they would say like, is it okay if I write fan fiction? It's like, yes, please do whatever you want. Is it okay if I started my novel before and I'm trying to use NaNoWriMo to finish it? It's like, yes, please go ahead. And I know I don't, it's nothing against these people for not knowing, because, you know, they don't know exactly what the event's about, but I hope that I was able to express to all of them properly that it's like, yes, please feel open and creative and do whatever you want. The point is like to encourage creativity, not to to force you to like conform to a certain set of challenge standards so that you can get a gold star at the end of it or whatever. Oh, maybe I should stamp this instead of handwrite. I'm really excited to see that you're making a booklet, Kaija, because um, your last booklet zine went over really well. Did you see how many? So recently, Kaija made a fabulous zine, and it got a very good response on Instagram. People were really excited about it, and I'm very happy. Okay, that's about the right size. Okay, now I gotta stamp things. I've got these like alphabet stamps, and I really like them, but alphabet stamps do kind of take a long time. Okay, now I have to come up with a title for this zine. I suppose I can do it later. Maybe I'll do it later. It did. It did. I got like DMs about it even. Really exciting. Okay, I'm putting the stamping off for a minute here because I have to. I have to come up with what the title for this thing is actually going to be. Okay. That's glued down. That'll be the intro. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna read this intro just kind of so I have something to say, and then I'm gonna go to like doing some more collage and artsy stuff, and I'll probably put on some music and just like do some more focused work. But here's what I'm gonna do. This is the intro so far. Up here, it's gonna say whatever the title of the zine is, like 24-hour zine, and whatever the title is. I call myself a witch, even though I don't do what most people call witchcraft. I don't cast spells, at least not what I think of as spells. I totally respect witches that do sigils and energy work and herbs and cast spells and cauldrons and all that. And I also know not all witchcraft looks like that. I can do witchcraft however it looks for me. I guess I still have a hard time thinking of what I do as witchcraft, probably because my skeptical brain doesn't like to accept it. So why call myself a witch then? I guess I feel like being a witch has nothing to do with practicing witchcraft. It has nothing to do with beliefs or disbeliefs either. At least I hope it doesn't, because I haven't settled on a darn thing metaphysically. Blame my philosophy undergrad. It affirmed my position as a perpetual skeptic. Being a witch, I mean, it's just a word and identity that you can claim at any time. If you identify with transness, you are trans. If you identify with witchness, you are a witch. I know it's a recursive definition of sorts, but what are you going to do? Anything else leaves too much out. So I guess that this is my justification for feeling like I'm allowed to call myself a witch, but still, why do I? I don't believe in magic as an energy. I also don't not believe it. Is magic art? Is magic physical? Is magic imaginary? Is the imaginary real? Am I real? Am I a witch? I suppose I call myself a witch because there are certain things that make me feel magical. There are certain things that get me into that flow state, and that flow state is my witchcraft. There are certain things and places that feel magical, and honestly, I still kind of hate saying that because it makes me feel like a Christian who tries to force their God by telling you to look at a damn sunset as proof he exists and wants us all to burn in hell unless you repent. But some places just are magical, you know, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. And my witchcraft, if you can call it that, is looking straight on at that magic and trying to capture its essence as best as I can. Maybe to even try and capture it is the wrong word. It's impossible. Magic, like art, is free by its very nature. So I guess all that is to say that this zine is my little piece of Southwest witchcraft. It's acknowledging the magic in the Southwest and trying to capture just enough that I can remember and re-experience it even far out here in the Northeast. Hope to be back there soon. I think I forgot a paragraph. I had this whole part where I'm talking about like why the Southwest feels. I totally forgot an entire paragraph. Okay, I can fix this. Glue is not permanent. My trick for pulling up something that I've already glued down is to use a Swiss Army knife. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Stupid thing. The one downside about using a typewriter is that I would have to rewrite these entirely if I can't manage to get them up okay. I can't just print out another one. Let's see. Yeah, everything can be fixed. Everything's okay. I mean, even in late stages, I either just like let it go or just redo it. Like, you can change anything at any time, and that's fine. Aha! Look at that! Got that one off pretty good. And now I guess I have one more that I have to do. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, 2. I got those off. And now... Okay. Good enough. That will work. I don't know how to do that. Is it appearing reversed? Is that what's happening? Because I think that might be a camera thing, and that sounds like something that's hard to fix. So that might have to be something that I do tomorrow, because I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Oh, yeah, not quite. Oh yeah, I guess the others haven't seen my other sign. I have a sign behind this sign for my next section here. I'm gonna have I have like a working a work time sign, which I will put up in a moment. Okay, now this is what it looks like. Just like an extra paragraph. Nothing too Nothing too tough. Looks the same. Got it in there. Won't even be able to tell when it's on the photocopier. Okay. Okay. So, I have this really cool thing for when I'm not gonna be chatting because I kind of wanted to do like a Pomodoro thing of like certain amount of focused work and then certain amount of chat time because I think that's really conducive to um the workflow, whatever. So I've got a sign to indicate when it's focused work time. And I guess we'll go ahead and do that now. I also have another sign back here, which I guess I'll just show off. Why not? I've got this sign to tell you all if I'm not sitting here, because I'm sure I'm gonna have to go get some food or something at some point. So I guess we'll do some focused work time. Yeah. Um. Okay. Let's see. I gotta pick some music just to have a little bit of something on. You guys don't have to listen to it. It'll probably be pretty quiet. You can, mute your tab or whatever. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna play a very specific album. It's called Sludgefest. Someone took the Alvin and the Chipmunks albums and slowed them down so that the voices sound normal, but of course everything else is super slow and sludgy, and it's really, really fun to listen to. So I'm gonna play that. Yeah. Hopefully this is like an okay volume for you guys. I'm not going to be talking, so please feel free to adjust the volume however you like. All right, focus work time. Let's go. It really does. You should have seen like my brother-in-law, or like basically brother-in-law. I have this labeled as Chipmunks on a CD that I just keep in my car. And so when I'm trying to pick something to listen to, I'm like, put on Chipmunks, put on Chipmunks. He's like, I don't want to listen to Alvin and the Chipmunks. I'm like, no, you don't get it. You don't understand. You want to just put on the Chipmunks. And then if you listen to like the beginning of this, it's like do 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 do.
Anytime, any place, anywhere, anytime, any place, anywhere, any day. Call me on the line. Call me anytime. Call me for a ride. Call me for some overtime. Call me on the line. Call me in the sweet design. Call me. All the old paintings on the tomb, they do the same dance, don't you know? If they move too quick, oh well, they falling down like a domino. All the boys and men by the time they got the money on a bet. Oh, crocodile, oh, whale, they snap their teeth on your cigarette. Foreign types with a hookah might say, walk like an Egyptian. The Broadway dresses take their trays, they spin around and they cross the floor. They got the moves all well. You drop your drink, then they bring you more. All the school kids so sick of books, they like the punk and the metal band. When the buzzer rings, oh well, they're walking like an Egyptian. Slide your feet up the street, bend your back, shift your rump, bend your paw. Life's hard, you know, well, so strike the blues on a Cadillac. If you wanna find all the cops, they're hanging out in the donut shop. They sing and down, well, they spin the club blues down the block. All the Japanese with the yen, the party boys call it Kremlin. And the Chinese know, oh well, they live the night like Egyptian. All the cops in the donut shops. Like an Egyptian. Walk like an Egyptian. There's always another line and a never one that we never stop the we're the ones on the run. We're the girls in the dark. Set me free, why don't you, babe? Get out of my life, why don't you, babe? 'Cause you don't really love me. You just keep me hanging on. Set me free, why don't you, babe? Get out my life, why don't you, babe? 'Cause you don't really need me, but you keep me hanging on. Why do you keep coming around? Playing with my heart. Why don't you get out of my life and let me make a new start? Let me get over you the way you've gotten over me. Set me free, why don't you, babe? Get out my life, why don't you, babe? 'Cause you don't really love me. You just keep me hanging on. No, you don't really need me. You just
Okay, I'm gonna do it like I'll go to like noon, and then at noon I'm gonna like stretch and chat a little because I'm gonna fall asleep if I just keep staring at this forever. You know how it
You
goes.
still just wanna be friends. But how can we still be friends when seeing you only breaks my heart again? And there ain't nothing I can do about it.
Okay, like 4 notes. I'll do a little bit of chit chat. Actually, gonna see if I can pull something up on the computer because I want to print it for the zine. That's the one thing that's a little tricky is I'm using my computer to film. So it's probably a little bit weird to also like I can't super easily just grab and print and arrange things slightly digitally like I would do. Sorry for like staring super awkwardly at the screen right now. I'm trying to download something so that I can print it. That's my screenshot noise. Okay. Okay, I have one more minute to officially do this, like, before my my self-imposed clock. It's 12 p.m. Hang on. It's 12 p.m. here. I'm just about saturation. Okay. Printing this thing. Print. Back on the stream. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Oh, I gotta put the slide back up. And I guess I'll put the music on pause. Hooray! Nice little work time. I guess I'll try to like set some official work time hours or something so that people know when to come back or whatever, but I don't know. Let's read the comments. American hikikomori. What is a hikikomori? I've never heard of that. That's so absolutely the best zine topic so that I can learn about it. Got my print here. Cool. Materials. I'm using kind of just like a recluse, someone who intentionally hermits. Oh, I think I've kind of heard of that term. Is it a in Japanese, is it like a derogatory term or is it more, because I think I've heard of it as like the way that I've heard it described is like, you know, in anime they have the sort of uh like weird guy who likes anime. Yeah, yeah, like like I can't tell how much of the derisiveness has to do with like our interpretation of it and sort of how it's portrayed in anime and how much of it is actually just like, oh, it's just a word, I mean, I guess hermit is kind of the same way of like some people use it as, in a good way and some people use it as like a you know, oh, they're a hermit. Although or they'll use it in like a like cutesy kind of way. I don't know how else to put that, but like you know, oh, that kooky old hermit. Like everybody seems to use these words in a very different way. It's kind of strange. Um, yeah, that's a really interesting topic. So I suppose, do you like the term? Do you kind of identify with the term hikikomori as like a, I don't know if that makes any sense, but like do you would you describe yourself that way, like, selectively? I mean, I suppose you probably would, given that you're making a perzine about it, but, I don't know if someone else has been like, "Oh, Kaija, you're such a hikikomori." I kinda can't imagine someone, like, going up and saying that to a human being. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh about, like, the topic by any means, because I think that's really fascinating, and I definitely wanna hear that perspective. Just laughing kind of at the idea like, of talking to someone in that way. Like, I guess just the idea the sort of, like, I'm going on like, a whole thought tangent here, and I'm not really connecting all the dots, which is why it's gonna sound really weird, but I think the whole idea being of, like, either of, like, questioning or asserting a word that someone else is using for themselves, it's like, I don't know, just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, just let people describe themselves, let them use their own words. Anyway, that's like a tangent. But that's really interesting. I guess just in the meantime, like, since you had also asked about what kind of materials are you using, that gives me a little something to chit chat about while I'm using these materials. A part of society. I wonder what that I wonder what that sort of means to be part of society. Like, does that really just mean, like, to be part of capitalism? Like, to be a consumer? I think that's certainly a big part of it, but it's obviously not, like, the only part of it. I don't know, like, my wheels are totally turning. This is a fantastic parsing topic. I love it. I'm trying not to ask too many questions and put you on the spot here, because for once, like, well, you haven't written it yet, so maybe you don't have any immediate questions to ask, but also, like, um, I think it's just such a rich topic, about the idea of what it means to be just like the what it means to be part of society, what it means to participate in society, what it means to be a hermit or a hikikomori, or like at what point does that happen? Is that something that you kind of can claim yourself, or is it just like a you know descriptive word? Is it the same whether you're doing it, like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, I think. I mean, I guess, like, the best way to make it what it is, it's like, make it make it honest, where it's like some people are probably going to see it as negative or depressing, and some people are probably going to see it as uplifting, and that's just kind of, you know, the people who relate to it and the people who connect with the experience are going to be uplifted by it, because it feels uplifting just sort of inherently to see someone who experiences similar things, or to empathize with somebody, I think. I mean, I think it's totally just like have a section that's saying, you know, I mean, good. Okay, so like the whole idea is that the idea of being a hikikomori, it's like it seems to be someone who intentionally hermits. Like, putting the emphasis on the word intentionally means that um, you're going to, like, if it's intentional, it's for a reason. It's because, like, ideally, it's because it improves your life in some way. Like, it makes you feel better. It makes you feel more comfortable. so that kind of like, I mean, it's like everything. There's good and bad. I've written my gender zines, and some parts are kind of downers, and some parts are probably uppers, and some parts are probably downers for different people. And it all just kind of, you know, I think if you're able to write portions that you feel uplifted by writing them, that's like the most important thing. I'm sitting here giving you completely unsolicited advice and opinions and things. So please pardon me for that. Right now, okay. So the section that I wrote real quick, just like Kaija as you're typing in. No, 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 no worries. No worries. Not at all. Um, yeah, like what was I gonna say? No, it's good. It's good. I was just kind of talking about like how if you're able to write something that feels uplifting to you, that's that's what's gonna feel uplifting. Like you don't need to make other people feel uplifted. Like you don't need to try to do that because people who empathize with you will feel uplifted when you feel uplifted. I feel like I'm using that word so many times now that I can't. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I'm cutting out this little dinosaur, which is like an official dinosaur from the National Park Society. Long story. I mean, because like the whole idea of society, I guess it's like a yeah. The whole idea of society is it's a structure, and for people who and with any structure, it's not gonna it's not gonna fit everybody, and it's not gonna feel comfortable for everybody, and like it's just sort of unfortunate, I suppose, that in the case of society, it becomes the default structure. Like there's no people see it as though there's no alternative, and that is the you know as though it's something that you must participate in, whatever that means, whatever participate in means. Um, yeah. I mean, I'm already just hugely fascinated by this scene. Are you thinking of doing it sort of in a one linear story kind of way, or more like different sections on different aspects? Um, do you know what I'm trying to say about like some people have like a you know it's basically one long piece as opposed to many short pieces put together into a single zine. It's kind of the difference I'm trying to describe. Ugh, it is cold here. I don't know how that happened. It was a fried pickle recipe. I don't think I've ever had a fried pickle. I mean, I imagine it's just exactly what it sounds like. Yeah. Are you gonna put the recipe in the zine? Oh my gosh. Do you like sweet pickles or sour pickles? I like sour pickles. My partner hates them. A fried cheese and fried cheese? Where are you? Fried cheese. Um, that's so cool. Is it something that you have to like deep fry? Like you have to pour a whole bunch of oil in to do that? Um, cheese in a pan and add a pickle. Okay. Oh my gosh. I just did a recipe last night that I saw on a YouTube video for an Earl Grey pie. It's like it's like a custard based pie, and instead of using plain milk, you use milk that has been like brewing in Earl Grey tea. And I made it, and I kind of hated it. I brought it to a thing, and my friends ate it, and they said it was all great. But I still don't entirely believe them because I thought it was awful. I've got this little. It does. It was very interesting. It's the first time that I've ever made a custard anything or like a custard cream, like a real one where you have to put eggs in it and like temper the eggs. Where you're supposed to mix in some of the hot milk into the eggs like a teeny tiny little bit at a time, because if you mix it too much and if it's too hot, then the eggs cook and it basically turns into scrambled eggs. And I've never done that before, and it was kind of intimidating. I think it turned out okay. It's just like something about the texture was off, and I bet that's just something that's really hard to do, get get the texture right. This is why people go to cooking school. I want a fried pickle. Oh my god. I'm hungry. Maybe I should get a snack real quick. Okay. I'm not gonna bother putting up the sign because I'm just gonna grab something from the kitchen right here. So I'll be right back. I got these big old blueberry muffins from the grocery store. Real store-bought store-bought muffins. The absolutely fucking giant kind. So I'm gonna. Uh-oh. It's pretty sticky. I did not think ahead. Oh my god, it's like dripping sugar. Actually, I guess it's not sugar. I don't know what it is. I don't know what to do with this thing. Oh my god. I feel like I could do one of those like performance art pieces where you just like sit in a room and don't talk to anybody, don't interact with anybody, and just do something. Oh my god. That's really funny. I don't know, Kaja. I don't know about this zine. What am I supposed to be doing in it? Morty, we're in a zine. Oh my god. Like, those experimental art pieces or like performance art pieces where someone will just be like sitting in a room and doing something, like regardless of whether a crowd is looking at them. I feel like I could totally just sit in a room and eat muffins very messily and have people watch and have that be an art piece. Man, I wish I could make money just being a random artsy weirdo. Yeah, I mean isn't that kind of like the whole idea of performance art is just like questioning it's saying that you are art, and it's sort of questioning the idea of art, and I don't know. It's really cool. I feel like I never had a real solid appreciation for art until I took an art history class in community college. Um, because something about seeing the entire timeline all together. This was specifically European art history, um, and um, something about seeing like the timeline from what each artist was responding to, or what each movement was responding to and rebelling against, and how every single movement was rebelling against or changing something about the previous movement. I feel like that just really opened my eyes a lot to modern art, where it's one of those things where it's like I kind of, you know, I appreciated it as art. I wouldn't be, look at a Mondrian and be like, that's not art. What is this? Like I'd sit there and be like, yeah, okay. Like I didn't get it, and now I feel like I get it because even just that central truth, knowing that all of these high art movements, whatever, all like these artistic movements, every single movement is responding to or rebelling against something that came before it. Just kind of puts everything in like a new perspective. Um, it's really interesting. I've been handwriting. What's internet art rebelling against? I will tell you, actually, genuinely, I think that internet art is rebelling against um, the idea that uh, technical. When I say technical, I don't mean like technology. That the idea that technical prowess and like um, the capacity for uh, using particular materials is what makes you an artist. Like, I think that a lot of internet art is sort of about um, like an artistic liberation and making it more accessible to the masses, and also more like that's kind of the big thing because like a lot of artistic movements have sort of been about putting the power of art, taking it out of this sort of high art gallery scene and bringing it down, not down, but like letting everybody use it, giving the power to create art to the common person and redefining what art is so that it encompasses art that everybody creates. That's like a very common thing that happens, is that people will rebel against like previous scholarly conceptions of what the artistic standard is. And I think that with the internet, like before that, the artistic scholarly conception was this idea that you need to be an artist in order to create art. Um, and that creating art made you an artist, and that it's like there was this very strong identity of being an artist as being something that was like required in order to create art. And I honestly think that internet art is like an expression of creativity and an expression of art that people created while rejecting the idea that you must have the identity of artist in order to create art. Yeah, yeah. Like, and what's funny is now, so that's sort of like early internet art, right? That's like meme culture and that sort of thing. And I think now we're starting to sort of feel the push and pull again, where it's like before people were saying it's like, well, you just create art and it doesn't matter if you're an artist or not. And now I think people are really seeing like, well, wait a second. Being an artist doesn't mean anything beyond that you are an artist. Like you can claim yourself to be an artist um simply like whenever you want. It's an identity, it's an identifier, and you can declare yourself an artist exactly the way that you're saying it. With the power of I am, I declare that I am an artist always and forever. That's what people are doing now. That is like that is the burgeoning artistic movement, is people taking the identity of artist and like owning it and declaring it for themselves and not waiting for someone else to allow them to take that identity. And that's really a reflection of what's happening in the world in general right now, with a lot of people um, really taking taking ownership of certain words, of certain terms, of certain identities, and declaring that we are able to take this and be this just purely if we say so. There is no requirement to be anything because you already are, and everything else is just like an optional descriptor that you can take or not take. I mean, there's certain we're not at the point where we're just like labels are meaningless and words are meaningless, and I kind of never say never, but I kind of don't think that that's going to happen. But it's sort of in the sense that like we're taking these labels and taking these meanings and like taking them on and declaring them and using them very very deliberately. And I think that's something that, and that's very different because before it was like if you think of that the 90s for example, then whatever your identity was, it's like you were or you weren't, and it was sort of based on somewhat strict definitions that were based entirely on your behavior. And so it would be things like I know this in the context of like queer stuff, and it's sort of like, well, you either are gay or you are bisexual, for example, and it has to do with like who you sleep with, and that is what it is. And so it's like you I don't want to say can't, but like it was a lot more unusual, I guess, for someone to own the identity of bisexual without sleeping with people of many genders. Um, and then it slowly, like over the course of the 2000s, especially, we've sort of detangled the idea of particular behaviors and particular actions from identity. And I think that was really important. And I think that's happened because identity is like what identity gives its own justification. And so rather than trying to justify certain behaviors in the eyes of other people, we rather claim the identity so that the behaviors are sort of um, inherently follow from that identity, if that makes any sense. And then, like, as you do that, then you realize, well, the identity and the behavior are not necessarily inherently connected. And it just like slowly gets more and more detangled about what is identity versus what is behavior, and whether you can or can't be called certain things. And so that's when you have like the mid 2000s where people were just kind of like letting go of the idea of identity at all, both in terms of, well, you sort of had a split. You had a lot of people who like chose identified very strongly with very detailed identities. And I value that very much. Like I'm not making a judgment on any of this stuff, just kind of like tracking sort of the development, I think. You had people who identified very strongly with certain identities, and then you had a lot of people who were trying to reject the concept of an identity, period. And this is where you'd get a lot of people who were kind of doing that for the sake of. Okay, there's two examples of this. Like a lot of people were kind of doing this for the sake of, oh, well, we're all just part of the human race. Therefore, we don't need to acknowledge that people of color actually face particular struggles because of racism. You know what I mean? Um, so that's one thing about like this sort of idealized rejection of identity or whatever. And then you have people who were placed into certain identity boxes by other people. And so their rejection of identity has more to do with like rejecting um, other people's attempts to define them, which I totally, yeah, that's great. And so now we're sort of in this place where after you've rejected this idea that other people get to define what your identity is, then who gets to define it? That means it's you. And so, what identities are you going to choose for yourself? And um, how is that going to empower you, or or change your approach in certain ways? And so, like, being able to say, I am an artist, again, separate from this behavior, separate from whether other people would call you an artist or not. You have this potential identity of artist. And if you want it, meaning like you just identify with it, you're like, well, it's an identity. And it's like, artist, well, I feel like an artist. That makes you an artist. And that's sort of a new thing. Okay, I mean, nothing's new. Like, obviously, there have always been people who've done this sort of thing forever. Um, but I feel like I'm seeing that turnover. I'm seeing that happen a lot more lately. Is that people are starting to see identity as something that you can claim for the sake of self empowerment, as opposed to a label that is meant to um, precisely describe yourself and your behavior to other people, if that makes any sense. So that's my that's my rant on all that. That's my whatever TED talk. But yeah, I think art is so cool. Art and identity and words and labels and the way that people interact with all those things. It's just so fascinating. It's so cool. Like, um, yeah. And what's kind of funny is like we're talking about like with the power invested in me, I declare myself to be an artist. I'm doing the same thing with the word witch. Like I was just writing it in the introduction page that I have. I'm like, why do I declare myself a witch? It's like, well, because I identify with the word witch, because I like it, because it makes me feel powerful. That's all that it is. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, I didn't mean to like stab you with these scissors across the screen. Okay, I'm putting the scissors down. Zines helping you build a voice. That is so beautiful and so true. And I feel like when you're saying it's like I don't have a voice for a lot of debate, it's like you don't, like, you really shouldn't have to debate these things, like you shouldn't have to debate your right to declare an identity for yourself, your right to, like, you should not have to debate your right to understand yourself in new ways. Jesus Christ. So like, and I mean, you could probably say the same thing about, I mean, I don't want to assume, but like I feel like you could probably say something similar about hikikomori. Is like, again, there's like that intentionality about it where you mention it as being like it's about intentional um seclusion in some way. And it's like, again, it's like you sort of are willing to declare your own um identity and declare your own actions, and just declare something that makes you like to really take ownership of something that makes you feel um good. And what's interesting is that, like, in this case, it's kind of like you are declaring ownership of the right to display a certain behavior. So it's almost like opposite, where it's like you're claiming the right to do something first. I don't know. So I'm going on a whole I'm going on a whole thing here. But it's so interesting, just the idea of, like, um the idea of the overall relationship of identity and behavior in the context of the self and the other. So you can sort of see it as like a grid where it's like there's identity and then behavior and then self and other, and you can sort of see like how related are they on that grid? Where do you fit on that grid? Like, this is really interesting. Um, and I'm very happy that zines are helping you build a voice. Like, I think that's what zines are for, should be for, is is being able to explore these things about yourself and declare them almost more to yourself than to other people, but like allowing others the potential privilege to see your inner workings and see your inner process, like, if that makes any sense. um like, let me tell you, before I made my gender zine, i I was very I had a very different feeling, I guess, about the whole thing because, I am trans and I'm a trans man, like I'm trans masculine. Um, but I didn't always know how to explain to people that I didn't really want to be on testosterone, for example. Hi! Oh my god! There's so many people here from like from from far away. I mean, it's far away to me, and so I guess I'm far away to you. That's so exciting. These are so fucking cool. Like, bringing people together. I'm really. Oh, gender zines. I am always very pro gender zine. Like, please, if you do, you have to. You totally should do it. Oh man, I can kind of relate to feelings of gender fluidity too. Of like, man, so cool. I'm really, I'm really like, I feel very, I feel very cool because I feel like I can kind of name drop without like the recognizable name, but I can be like, oh yeah, my friend from Belgium, like like my friend from Germany. I have a friend in Germany. It's like, we have met because we've talked zines, we've traded zines or whatever. It can be like, oh yeah, you know, my friend in Australia. It's no big deal. Like, it makes it sound like I'm this big jet setter or something who's actually gone to all these places and talked and all met these people. And it's like we've just traded zines, but that's so personal and so enough that like you actually like do kind of you become friends. You become zine friends. It's like such a special relationship, And I feel like it's one of those things that's like, um, if I meet someone who's a zinester, they're my friend. Just like period. There's no other. There's nothing else that needs to happen. If we trade zines, then we're best friends. It reminds me of like a. It totally is. It totally is like that. And I'm glad that you. I'm flattered that you liked my whole art identity thing there. But yeah, there's like this bit from Seinfeld where he was talking about making friends as an adult is very different as a kid, and so he's describing like, you know, when you make friends as a kid, then it's so different because if someone is standing in front of your house, that's my friend. You have one thing in common, like you like cherry soda, I like cherry soda. Now we're best friends. And he does this, the Jerry Seinfeld way, like, yeah, we're best friends. It's totally like that, where it's like if someone makes a scene, that's my friend. Like, Anna Clara, like you're my friend. I've never talked to you before, I've never met you before, but like you're my friend now because you're a zine person. And like anytime that I trade a zine with somebody or read someone's zine and they read mine in some capacity, then it's like, well, now we're best friends because I've read their zine and they read mine. I love that so much. uh Anna Claire, do you mean like saw so many popping out lately and didn't know if you had anything new to contribute? Do you mean like new zines about gender fluidity? Um, I haven't like okay. I have something that you are probably actually. I guess I'll wait. I'll wait to for you to respond to make sure that that is what we're talking about here because I don't want to end up going on a big rant that like you don't need to hear. Because you know I can do that. I can rant forever. Um, I would if you have any like recs for gender fluid zines too. I would definitely love to see them about gender in general. Yeah, yeah. I know what that. I know what you mean. Um, okay, I need to like organize my thoughts here, and please do not interpret this as me like being mad at you personally. Okay. 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 So, I think that there are a lot of things lately where I've seen like I've seen people say that like um the world needs your story and that your perspective is valuable simply by being your own perspective because nobody has experienced life the way that you have. And for one, that is absolutely true. And if that does feel motivating and like supportive for you, and if that does feel encouraging to know that like only you can prevent wildfires, only you can tell your own identity and only you can tell your own story. That is it is true. But I think personally, those platitudes never quite landed with me. Where it's like, yeah, okay, I know that I'm the only person who can tell my own experience, but that's not really what I'm worried about. Like, what I think for me, where the sort of I don't know nervousness or intimidation comes from is the idea that well, my experience maybe my experience isn't um, especially unique. And if it's not unique, then why would people read this zine or why would people read this anything, book, look at this piece of art, watch this YouTube video, whatever, if there are so many other things that they could watch or read or yeah, like it's not about me personally feeling unworthy of telling my story in general. It's more like I guess it's a motivation thing. It's like hard to get the motivation together to be like, well, I want to, I kind of want to do this, but like why? And the way that I think the question should be addressed is not trying to be like, well, you need to get yourself out there just because you're a unique person, blah blah blah. The process of zine making, I think, has just clarified so many things for me um, that it's almost like it doesn't really matter whether I make the zine and then I end up and then anyone ends up reading it. It's like I could make the zine and 0 people could read it, and it would still have the same impact on me personally. And of course, I write it with the intention of other people reading it, and I'm not entirely trying to do like an educational outline 101. Here's what gender is zine. you know, obviously, it's still very much about personal experience and all that, but like, I'm writing it with the idea of probably having it available for other people to read. And I think that for me, when I'm just like journaling and when I'm just writing and sort of thinking about things in a way that I know no one else is ever going to read, period, I feel like it's so easy for me to um, not really clarify things. Yeah, 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 I agree with you. Like to me, those platitudes are nice, but why? Um, so I think what like as I'm sorry, I'm just like I'm trying to formulate this thought in my head as I'm saying it, which is a little awkward. But like for me, the process of making something with the intention of someone else seeing it gives me a particular insight into whatever I'm talking about. It gives me a particular insight into the situation. And so when I'm making a perzine, it gives me a particular insight into myself and my personal experience that I would not be able to get if I was just writing for myself. And it's not even necessarily like a better or worse way. Lots of times I feel like I do zines like I journal, almost thinking out loud and opening a discussion, at least in my head, like, hey, I feel this, do you, or am I right? Yeah, and I think I do that too. I think that's kind of what like I guess not everybody does that, but it's like I think that doing a zine as like a thinking out loud thing, I think that process is what helps. And I just think that they're like you sort of bring up what's sort of similar to journaling. It's like it's similar to journaling, but in a way like knowing that someone else could potentially see it helps you frame things in like a slightly different way, if that makes any sense. So like um for me it definitely has like changed the way that I approach my gender, just making a gender zine. And I had identified as trans for like years before I actually made a zine on gender. Um I think that putting it to paper in a zine in a way that I knew was going to be published in some way was what helped me like crystallize my thoughts and really just understand how I feel and how I'm thinking about it. And that is good. Like that is the value of zines. It's like it's journaling with an audience. And you know what? It's kind of you can kind of liken it to share it with anybody or like I don't have to share the process with anybody. I can just like hi Ren. Nice to see you. Good luck on your paper. Um Yeah, there's like a chat delay, so it's a short delay, but it's like it's always going to be a little bit weird. So sorry if I don't see messages quite in the right time or order or whatever. Um, yeah. Um, what was I saying? Understanding gender, writing things. I could just as easily be working on this just kind of all by myself. But something about doing it in front of a camera and something about doing it knowing that there are other people watching, or at the very least could be. There are definitely times during this live stream where there have been 0 people watching the stream, and I fully expect that there will be more times. It's a giant, super long live stream. I don't expect everyone to sit here and watch me for 16 hours total between today and tomorrow. Um, but it's like just having that presence of the camera is like it's making me it's sort of helping me work on my zine in like a devoted way, where um now I really want to it's a different experience. I guess I'll just put it that way. It's a different experience. And so there is something valuable in being able to do this, to make a zine in these different conditions. And so I see making a Persian and making a gender Persian. Like the reason why it's important is like, and the reason why it's important for you is potentially because doing something in this different, by building this different context for yourself of doing it as a zine instead of a journal, that is helping to create a it's creating a different context, and the different context is going to help you see and understand things and process things and do the creative work and like the introspective work in a different way. So that's why it's useful for you. But I have a whole other thing on why it's useful for other people. And um I think it's because when I real okay, so I realize this is also going to be a little bit of a platitude, or like it'll sort of have echoes of platitudes. But I am a very talkative person, and I am a person who likes to write a lot and talk a lot, and things make sense to me a lot more when I um, can talk them through, until I kind of hit on like, you know, I've been talking enough that it's like, okay, yeah, that sounds good. That actually seems to finally make sense to me. Like that sentence, these two sentences together, that's like, okay, that's what I was trying to say. And when I am learning from other people, when I'm learning from professors, when I'm learning and when I'm in learning situations, or reading or anything, it's sort of the same thing where I will be reading, and like it can be exactly the same content, but literally like the sentence structure and the choice of words and everything, it could be describing the exact same topic, and in fact have the exact same perspective on that topic, but the way in which it is written has a huge effect on how much I'm actually going to be able to understand, how much I'm going to be internalizing it, and how much I'm going to learn from it. And so, in the context of Persines, it's kind of like, um, the aspects of the self, that you are sharing via this Persine, that people are able to relate to. Um, it's going to be very different depending on the way in which it's written. And so I think like the kernel of truth, the little bit of truth that comes in those things of like nobody has had the same experience as you have and nobody can say it in the same way that you have, blah blah blah. The kernel of truth is that, um, even if you are not adding anything to the conversation, even if you are literally just parroting something that someone else says, the way in which you present that information, both from like the zine, um, layout and aesthetics and all of that aspect, and from the way that you choose to describe it and the way that you write your sentences, and your word choice, and just like all of those aspects put together, um, are going to be putting it around in a different frame. And I guess if you think of it like, um, if you take an art piece and you put it in a frame, the art piece looks different. And if you have the same art piece and you put one in like a smooth, black, clean edge frame, and then you take that art piece and at some point you reframe it and you put it into like this shiny, gold, gilded, very decorative frame, the art piece itself looks different, and it's going to connect differently with different people. Part of that is going to be the taste of whether they like the particular frame or not. Part of that is going to be the taste of the art, whatever. But like the way in which something is presented, even if it's the exact same thing, is going to affect how people connect with it, how people like which sorts of people connect with it, and I don't mean sorts as in like a category thing, but which different people will connect with it, and um, what people are able to learn from it, what people can empathize with it. And in the context of Persines, like everything that you could potentially get from a Persine, you doing it means that other people are going to connect with it differently. Like, I feel like I kind of did not stick the landing there, but and that's why I kind of tend to repeat myself a lot of times, is because I'm always trying, and my partner's actually pointed out how I tend to repeat myself and repeat the same information, and I think I do it's because I want to make sure that whatever I'm saying gets through in a way that the listener is going to connect with and relate to. And because I never quite know exactly what configuration of words is going to really stick with that person and have that little spark of like, oh, now I get it. That's why I tend to repeat myself and why I tend to say things in multiple stylings. Like I did just there. I said why I tend to repeat myself, why I tend to say it in multiple stylings. Both kind of mean the same thing, but I don't know, maybe one of them stuck with you better. So all of that is to say that not only do I feel like making a Persine, even if it's like even if the topic is sort of about um, your, even if the topic is about something that a lot of other people have written about, um, and even if the topic and even if the exploration and experience is literally exactly the same cookie cutter, which it's not, but hypothetically, it's exactly the same as someone else's. The way in which you say it could be the difference to, someone actually connecting with it or not. Yeah, no worries. I figured it was still you. Um, so yeah, that's that's what I got. And that is why I think that it's really important and beneficial and valuable both for you and for other people to make a Persine, even if it's about a topic that other people have written on. That's my second rant for my second rant for today, or like my second speech for today. Um, yeah, I've heard lots of times about the event and never got a chance to participate. Today I only have a few hours, but I'm so glad I managed to get in. Thank you for spending your few hours here with us. Um, I think it's so sweet. I've never managed to catch like a 24-hour zine event. Yeah, yeah, I have that too. Yeah, yeah. So I hope that I hope that's erased any doubts. Like you better go and make that zine now. Yeah, but thanks for spending your time here. I've sort of seen some other I was sort of seeing some 24-hour zine events, but I feel like I've only ever seen them like years after the fact. It's like, oh man, the 24-hour zine thing in 2012. Like, I wish I could have gone to that. I started to see that about Zine Fest too. Like, I'll see like, oh man, I wish that I had been able to go to the Boston Feminist Zine Fest in 1998. Man. Okay, let me say though, like Nina, you say it's usually in July, but I don't always have the time/energy then. Thank you for doing it not in July. Thank you for doing it right now, because I was so jealous of all of these zine fests. Like in America right now, in the Midwest and in the Southwest, there are a lot of zine fests happening right now, where like Chicago and Minnesota and Virginia have like multiple zine fests happening across, like in the out in the country. There's like multiple zine fests happening every weekend right now, and I'm so jealous because in Boston where I live, like the events don't happen yet. Like for one, we don't have all that many, but for two, like whatever events do happen are like they don't happen until until July. They don't happen until like Pride is usually the first annual event that actually happens, um, and it's because everybody's still worried about snow. Like, and snow definitely can still happen this late. And so you just can't really safely do an outdoor event until June. And so June is when they have all the Pride months that sort of like Pride Month events that sort of like kick off all of the summer events, and then you have the summer events, and then all of like the book fairs and comic fests and zine fests and all the things where you would be able to do zine activities don't happen until like September and October. It's like I don't want to sit around all year and wait for that, and then October I'm like every single weekend jam packed with stuff. I mean, it doesn't help. Well, it helps my schedule, but maybe not my sanity to because I live in Salem, and so we are like the Halloween capital of the United States, and so we have like a lot of October events. Um, so there's like just shit ton of stuff happening in October, and right now I'm like I was sort of mentioning in the last one I was looking at the there was a Tucson Zine Fest last weekend. I was so jealous. That's kind of why I was jealous because if I still lived in Colorado, I would have just like driven down and gone on a little day trip. Day trip. It'd probably be like a motel stay or something, but I would go down to Tucson Zine Fest and just go to it. And right now there's like literally today there's the Garden Gnome Zine Fest in Virginia. There was a Chicago Zine Fest last week. There's like a Twin Cities Zine Fest. There's like all sorts of stuff happening in the Chicago area and in the Midwest and in Virginia. There's like a Richmond Zine Fest that's happening next week. Oh my god. Like New England really needs to get on the ball with Zine Fests. So we need to catch up because we got enough states out here. You'd think that we'd have enough, like, enough places to do Zine Fests. Like, come on. There's like an art book fest in Boston, and then there's the Watertown Fest in Watertown, and that's like one that's only been around for 2 years, and I know because I've been out on the planning. I helped run that one. Now it's con season. I don't start planning something. I have to travel until March when I have the money. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's kind of con season a little bit out here. There's like or I don't know. People are very taking these little tender footsteps out. There was like an anime convention in Boston that happened um last weekend or something. I do live in Salem. I do. I just moved here somewhat recently. I've lived in the Boston area for a little while, but yeah. Yeah, jealous there are so many zine fests in the US, only 2 or 3 in Belgium. So don't be too jealous because there are a bunch out here, but you know, we're a pretty large country. Like there's a lot of distance between these zine fests. Um, so probably each regional area only has like 2 or 3, I imagine. Um, there's a few out here that are like very specifically per zine focused, which is pretty cool. So what are the zine fests out there? Oh no. Oh no. Don't have money to travel. I know. It's hard. So so you say that the others are like um are Persian focused. Like what are the zine fests focused on in Europe then? Like um is it more like music zines, like punk music kind of zines? Or like informational? I'm eating my muffin. Art and comic. Yeah. Yeah, there's kind of a bunch of those out here too. Like there are a bunch of, zine fests, which is cool. But I think there are a lot of art comic ones, and I feel like it's because a lot of people like a lot of organizers and things are sort of the sorts of people who put on these fests are the ones who have like connections with like art books. You know, it's very book-y. You know, it's very publisher-y. I don't know if that makes any sense. But you know, they're the sort of people there's sort of places that describe it as like indie press or like um, you know, art book publications. It's like fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but because of the band Dessinays in Belgium. Never I don't know that band. Art school grads, yeah, 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 yeah. And art colleges put on a lot of those out here too. What is this band? Dessinays. What do they do? Oh. uh uh Dessinays. Bonde Destinies. Oh my god. Yeah, yeah. That makes a little more sense. For some reason I was picturing like this band like the Gorillas or something that had like a uh you know comic book associated with them or something. Like um that would be pretty cool to have like a music band that did all of the yeah no, it's oh my god. No, it's good. It's good. That's so funny. It'd be really cool to have like a music band that did a whole bunch of art and comics and things. But yeah, art and photography fair, style narration. Oh, okay. So is Bounded Disney like yeah, it could be like the copy scams. I was playing some copy scams earlier. I'll probably do it again for another work session. Um Bande dessinée style narration. So is that kind of like the Adventures of Tintin, where it's sort of like it's very boxy. Um, they have very defined many panels per page. Um, it's very like flat in its art style. No, yeah, yeah. No, I think I don't think I've ever heard that term, but I think I know kind of what you're talking about, like the difference between you know, French comics and American comics. It's like it's not like it's not like comic books in the same way. It's not superhero-y and whatever. And it's not like manga where it's like, manga again has very different Tintin is Belgian, so yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. I guess it'd be in comparison to like American comics, it would probably be closest to newspaper comics in America, except newspaper comics are usually pretty short. They have like four panel joke, setup, punchline kind of jokes. So it's not quite like that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Narrator, flat and boxed. Yeah, I totally know what you're talking about. Do I have an example of any of that? I don't think I have any. Ooh, I will show you though. Since we're talking about French comics, so this is not in this. This does not count as like a bond. Oh my god, bonds dessinays. Whole adventure in one comic book closed story. Yeah, cool. Thank you for sharing your comic knowledge. I love it. I'm learning. Okay, so I have this comic. Um, it's a French comic, but it's very different. Um, graphic novels. Yeah, graphic novels are different too. Graphic novels are like graphic novels seem to be just like they're self-contained and they're like a complete story in one longer work. Um but I feel like graphic novels do have narration sometimes. But I think that the style of storytelling is a lot more like flexible. Oh, are you kidding me? Like, if there's any place that you can talk about comics freely, like, fucking talk about comics here. Oh my god. Yeah. Um, yeah, I think that I feel like, I don't know. Let me ask actually, since you're the expert here, like, how would you describe the difference between a graphic novel um, and a bond oh, pardon my French, and a bande dessinée. Because I'm just kind of like hypothesizing here. Asterisk and Obelix. I think I know them. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Let's see. Asterix and Obelix. Oh, I love those guys. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've seen them. They were actually printed in some newspaper comics here in America. No. I mean, what's the difference, honestly, though? Like, what you want a certificate that's going to declare you an expert? Like, hang on, hang on. Now I'm gonna make you an expert, whether you like it or not. I'm gonna declare it. Let's get it real fancy here. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna make sure I spell your name right. Okay, here you go. You have now your very own certificate. It reads, "This certifies Ana Clara Perez as a comics expert with the official comics expert seal of approval. No one can deny it." There you go. So none of that anymore. Now you can officially declare I am an expert, and then anytime that someone, questions it or whatever, anytime you get some, loser comics man who's like, excuse me, I don't think that you're really an expert, you can say, "Oh yeah," and you can whip this out and you can be like, "What do you call this then?" There you go. If you want, I'll totally send you like a zine package and I'll include that. I'll include some zines if you ever wanted to if you're cool with sharing your address and you wanted to just send me a mailing address, then I'll totally send you a zine package. It's like my favorite thing to do. Good, good. Take a picture, print it out, like for real. Show it off to people. Um, I got like super distracted here, but um, I visited Paris one time, and this is the I bought this, which is a comic, and it's a wordless comic, um, which is great because I don't speak French. So it's just like it's a wordless comic about a lion, and it looks kind of like this on the inside. You're welcome to fall in love with me. Everybody loves Wesley. More love to go around. But yeah, like, um, this is not the style that you're talking about at all, but I do like it a lot because it's like a comic that I bought. Well, comic, graphic novel, whatever. I guess it's kind of like a graphic novel. It's just kind of short and large. I don't know what you'd call it, but anyway. I bet you know what you'd call it, though. I gotta ask the comics expert what this counts as. Um, yeah, so this is the extent of my familiarity with comics in French. Oh my god, totally! Yeah, definitely. If you ever wanted to set up like yeah, it's really pretty. It's such a good one. If you ever wanted to do like a Zoom chat, feel free, or just send me stuff over email, and I'll respond via email. Pen pals is great. And here, did I? Let me put my. I'm gonna put my email address in the chat here. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It's 22zines. 22zines at gmail.com. Please, let's totally trade. Let's totally be pen pals. I love it. This entire weekend is already a tremendous success. I don't care what else happens. I don't care if, like, tech fails forever. Knock on wood so it doesn't happen. But, like, this is already a tremendous success because I have made another zine friend. So, like, perfect. I'm good. I am like good for life now. Fabulous weekend. Look what you did, Nina. I'm talking with my mouth full. Look what you've done. Look what your event has done. It has brought two lonely gender hearts together across the seas. It's fabulous. We did it. Everything's good. The Musée des Bande Dessinées in Belgium. Ooh. Ooh. Dude, I totally want to come over to that part of the world. Like, I now that I'm on the East Coast, it's actually a lot easier for me because trying to fly from the West Coast of America, it's like 12 hours. This is like a lot closer. I don't know. But yeah, I totally need to come and do a little trip around Central Europe. I don't know how big it'd probably have to be multiple trips or something, but I'll have to go of like Netherlands, Belgium. I could do that. I could do Netherlands and Belgium in the same trip. Yeah. Like probably if I had enough days to do that, right? Yeah. Okay, so like how close together are Belgium and the Netherlands? Do you guys have a border? I feel like I should know this. I do not know this. You guys both border Germany. I know that. But do you guys border each other? Also, Nina, it sounds like now you need to go with Anna Clara to the Musée de Bande Dessinée. You're right next to each other. Oh, cool. Yeah. um, yeah, that'd totally be doable then. In between Germany and the sea. Cool. Do you guys want to hear a joke? I got a good joke. It's like the one French joke that I know. Okay, so oh, oh my gosh, love to do that. And then I'll have to return the favor, and you guys can come out and visit me in Salem, and I'll do like a New England tour, and you can, you know, whatever, go to McDonald's or whatever the whatever the American things are. There are a lot of cool things here in Boston. I feel like New York would be a good one. It's all super close. Everything's super expensive. Yeah, I mean things are super expensive here too. That's just kind of like how it is. Okay, I'm gonna tell my joke. Okay, so there were two. Oh, the Bernard Zine Library is in New York. We have a paper cut zine library here. I got like a bunch. Like if you go to Boston, you gotta hit me up because I know all the places around here. You gotta go to like the Guggenheim in New York. And the nice thing about Boston too is that you can take a train just from Boston to New York, which is nice. Public trans. Okay, public transport in general is not good, but for Boston and New York, you can get in between them. And within the cities, there's a lot of public transport. And just hit me up. I'll drive you anywhere. Yeah, there is a train. It's called Amtrak, American Track. Um, it goes all around the country, but like there's a special line between Boston and New York. Um, oh my god, no, like literally, if you want to come and visit Salem, you can stay at my house. You can stay at my apartment. It's like a big enough place now. We have a lovely inflatable air mattress. Like both of you fucking come out here. It would be so much fun. I'll show you all around. I'm gonna tell the joke. Wesley, tell the joke. Okay, I'm gonna tell the joke. Okay. There are two cats, and one is a French cat, and his name is Un, Deux, Trois. And the other is an English cat named 123. And they decided to make a bet with each other to see who could swim the fastest across the English Channel. So, which cat won? 123 or Un, Deux, Trois? Like, which cat won the race? I'll let you think about it for a second. The English cat won because Un, Deux, Trois cats sank. It's really hard not being able to see your reaction immediately because I have to wait for the chat to buffer. So I'm hoping it's not like tremendously embarrassing. Okay, good. It landed. Yeah. Man, I thought I was so cool when I first heard that joke. I was like, this is the best. This is the best joke of my life. Yeah, it takes a second. You have to think about it for it's like I mean, you've already got at least 2 languages under your belt, so that's one more than me. I have, like, a lot of bits and pieces from a bunch of different languages, but, you know, it's hard. Oh, no! It's okay, he swam back to France. We'll call it that. Oh, man. Or I guess I never really said what direction they were going. He swam back to shore, wherever he ended up going. Oh, man. I feel like I've done relatively little actual zine making, which is fine. I am very happy anyway. I have all my pieces here now. Yeah, it is what it is. We'll have to do a Zoom or something like with with everybody so we can do it all more live. Um, but it's like it's not bad. It's fine. I think that there's a way to do it so that it's like the video is lower quality. Sorry, video is lower quality, but the like chat is faster. I don't know. I don't know shit about live streaming, so maybe it'll be Zoom. I mean, I suppose I could move to Zoom for tomorrow, but I don't know. It just sounds like a hassle to try and switch everything now. It probably I would not be surprised if it was a Canadian joke. It probably is. Um, I heard it from my aunt who is a um my aunt okay, my great aunt, she was my grandma's sister. She moved to France and she worked as a translator for a while. And so the one time that I've been out of the country, I went to visit her in France, and that's when I heard it. But I would not be surprised if it was actually Canadian because my great aunt lived and grew up in Alaska, and so like they were very close to Canada. And she, I think she actually, or I can't remember if she lived in Canada or if it was just that her husband was from Canada or something. But yeah, like, yeah, that would make sense. I've never been to Canada despite it being right here. I've never been to Mexico either, and that's also right there. Um, I guess it's just because America is so big that it's basically like visiting lots of I just like completely lost my sentence there. um, whatever. Whatever. Goodbye sentence. It's out of here. You get the idea. Let's see. What am I gonna do now? Should I should I work on something? Should we do another work session? Because like I've been talking for a little while. You're obsessed with Alaska? I have some Alaska stories to tell you then. I visited a couple times. Alaska's really cool. My grandma is a native Alaskan. Um, and my great aunt is native Alaskan. Like they lived in a very very small town on the side of a lake, which for some reason the name of it is like Iliamna. I could not remember for some reason. Oh yeah, about being Brazilian. It's like the country is giant, so visiting the other country is basically like visiting other countries. Yeah, I bet. It's so funny because Americans have sort of this monolith view of Brazil as being like Rio and rainforest. It's like it no. Literally anything that's that giant, unless it's Antarctica, is gonna have so many different places. But yeah, yeah, yeah. My grandma is Native Alaskan. Um, they are they're from Lake Iliamna, which is like a little lake. It's about 200 miles north of Anchorage, Alaska. So it's, you know, vaguely in the middle ish. It's like the lower middle, I guess. And they lived in like this teeny tiny town. They like seriously hunted moose and they ground up bone meal for their pancakes because during the winter they wouldn't get enough calcium and vitamin D. No, no, I love it. Yeah, I love I love Alaskan culture and I love just the like it's really cool. No, it's really cool. Like don't worry about it. I kind of wish that like I was very lucky I got to spend a lot of time with my grandma. I basically lived with her and helped take care of her as she was older. I kind of wish that she had like shared no, no, don't be sorry at all. um yeah. Do you mean oh, okay. I won't tell you. I'll save them for later. Um, but those are some little ones. Yeah, I got to live. with my grandma for a while, and so I got to hear stories of her growing up, and I've got a bunch of pictures and stuff. So yeah, just another reason for you to come out here is because then I can show it all to you properly, and I can dig out like her, um, I can dig out her mucklucks, their little their shoes, and I can just bring out a bunch of things and show them off to you. Um, yeah, that's so cool. Uh oh. Uh oh. Can okay, we're gonna do a sound off, all right? I muted for a sec, I unmuted. We're doing a sound off. Can everybody hear and see me? Okay. I think it's just Anna Clara then who's having a little thing. So I'll hold off on the I'll hold off on all the Alaska talk. Oh no! I don't know. I don't know. Um maybe like log off, come back on. This is another reason for everybody to know sign language too, because then I could start signing. I know a little bit, but it's American Sign Language, and that doesn't entirely help in this situation. um, bit of delay. Yeah, yeah, that's probably normal. Um, yeah, we might need to just take this an opportunity to do like a working break, like a focused work time thing, just to like let everybody, if they need to log off and like rejoin the stream, just to make sure that the internet's okay. Oh my god. I have millions of I have millions of tabs open too all the time. Oh, are we good? A million tabs. Yeah, that'd probably do it. I had to close all of my tabs in preparation for this stream because I wanted it to run smoothly from my end. And it was one of the hardest things I've ever done. I had to bookmark everything. I'm losing it. Okay, I'm gonna grab some water. Be right back. Okay, I got my zines water bottle. I mean, it's just like a regular water bottle, but I put my zine sticker on it. You did it! Hooray! We're back. Everybody's here. Where do I put my water bottle? Put it over there. Good. Fabulous. We're back. Don't worry. I didn't tell any of the Alaska. I didn't know. No worries. I didn't tell any of the Alaska stories or anything. I'm glad you like it. Did I? Okay, Alaskan stories. I'll tell a couple. I don't know all that many, but basically, like, my so my grandma was Native Alaskan, and she grew up in Lake Iliamna, which is this it's like a lake that is about 200 miles north of Anchorage, and her town was teeny tiny. It was originally a tribal town, and they had literally like 14 people living there or something. And then the United States built a like a military base there, and this was before Alaska was officially a U.S. state. Um, like they built a military base there to keep an eye on Russia, which is like that was the whole thing. And so then um, her mom ended up marrying one of the uh, officers, whatever, who was stationed there, and Um, yeah, so they had a very Alaskan life, I suppose, in like they went out and they hunted moose and they um, ground the bones up and put them into pancakes because otherwise they wouldn't get enough calcium or vitamin D. And they went salmon fishing a lot. That was like it was a big salmon hotspot too because they had a river nearby where a lot of salmon went. Um, and my grandma was always very, very picky about salmon after that, which is like, of course you would be, because you grew up with like the best salmon in the universe. It's right there, like at your house, at your doorstep. And so then she would only ever get like wild, fresh salmon, like wild caught, fresh Alaskan salmon. And she would always complain, it's like it's not the same. It's like it's not gonna be the same. But she ended up living all over the world, but um yeah, you gotta get the good stuff. um and what are a few other things? Okay, so the lake froze over entirely in the winter and it was cold enough that you could land a plane on it. And like the ice was thick enough that you could land a plane on it. They had a mail plane that brought in mail from probably Anchorage every week. And so they had a day of the week when it was mail day and they had mail driven because they didn't have any roads. Like they had a couple like within the town, but you couldn't drive to the town um by road. Like you had to come in by plane because there was just no other way to get through the mountains and stuff. Um what are some other things? They took there's no like high schools or anything like that. They took a correspondence course and they also were educated by they had like a um one of the tribal members. My grandma was born in 1940, so there you go. So it's like 1940 through 60 ish. um, and yeah, so she was just taught by some of the locals partly, and then they also had like a correspondence course from Anchorage. Um, her sisters ended up leaving to go to high school in Anchorage, which was kind of a big shock to everybody. Um, she had three sisters. She was the second one. They were kind of a lot like Little Women, if you know that story. I guess it's a very American story, but that was sort of their family structure. Anyway, yeah, so she lived there, and then eventually they wanted to try and get the they wanted to try and get the family back together because I think clearly the her sisters were very eager to leave the town. And so this was like right after my grandma had left for college. They like her parents ended up moving to Juneau, Alaska so that they could be closer because my grandma was going to college in Oregon and the other kids had ended up in like Washington, and I think that was when her sister was in not Yukon, British Columbia in Canada. So they moved to Juneau to be a little bit closer. And like and her parents were always very like, we are never leaving Alaska. Like we're not going anywhere. Like you guys can go to other parts of the United States. And it was also like it was sort of a big deal to my grandma and her sisters because it had opened up the United States had sort of opened up to them because when the United States sort of um purchased Alaska, then um it meant that travel between Alaska and the United States, like you had citizenship in both places, so now they could suddenly live in other parts of the United States. So that like opened up a whole lot for them. Um, yeah, that's like the general story, and so my grandma ended up having a very long and crazy life where she lived a lot of places. She lived in Berlin, she lived in Wales, she lived in Los Angeles, and she lived and in London. Like she lived a lot of places. um, but yep, she started out in Alaska and still had a lot of Alaskan sort of um, stories, I guess, of growing up in Alaska and a lot of Alaskan heritage, which was really cool that I got to hear about a whole lot of that um, while I was living with her. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty cool. My grandma was a really cool lady. Every time that I mention her, it's like she just did so many cool things. Like she was a concert pianist. Um, she went to prison. she uh like married a gay Welshman so that he wouldn't get kicked out of the country. Like fake married him, married him legally. Um she has like so many ridiculous stories. Um but those are stories for another time. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit, so I think to now is a good time for another working session. Um so I guess that's what I'm gonna do. um let's see. Should we try to like, set a time for the end of this work session? Just so like I know when to start paying attention again and so people know when to I I should. I will. I will totally make a zine with her stories. She actually has some she sort of started working on like a I guess like an autobiography, but it was more like a scrapbook, I guess, and she had a lot of stuff from her life. So I'll totally do that. Okay. Let's do it. Let's say like what's a good amount of time? Should we say like 40 40 minutes? So like at the 20-minute mark, whatever hour for you. Let's do that. We'll do 40 minutes. Well, you've made a zine friend. That's something. All right, let's work on something. We'll do 40 minutes at the 20-minute. Oh, we'll do more. We'll do more. How about an hour? Let's do an hour. Why not? 140. We'll work. I say 140. That's where I am. So like 1 hour. We'll meet back here at 40, and I mean, I'll still be on camera. I'll still be running the thing, but like, well, that's when I'll come back to the chat. Okay, I'll put on some music. We will do some work and do some zine making. Okay, cool. This is a really good problem to have, is just to be like distracted by having cool conversations. So I'm very happy with how it's been going. Okay. Love you guys. Oh no, that's okay. Thank you for coming. This is a good time to say goodbye. Um, thank you for spending your time with us. Thank you for hanging out with us. Yeah, email me anytime. I'm also going to be doing this tomorrow. If you happen to have free time tomorrow and want to come back, no pressure or anything like that, definitely email me. Stalk away. Wonderful to meet you and to pick your brain. Pick the brain of an official comics expert. So I'll see ya. Have a good time. Okay, I'll take this down officially. Well, bam, official. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Bye. Nice to meet you.
I'm so sorry that it's so late. I know that you've been waiting for me forever. You've gone so easy before. But this is my first scene and I want it to be really good. And it took me a long time because like my cat had to have surgery and it got so busy when my grandmother came to town. And I feel really bad because I wanted it to be my best scene ever and also my first scene. And you're the copies of that. This is the year for the past.
Okay, actually, I'm gonna put a different music on. Sing along if you know it.
You are not my sister, you are just a joke. You are not my sister, you are just a joke. Call yourself feminist, but you is my soul. Feminist in theory, gender in reality. Admired by your face, well, that's very great. You think you're so much better than us. You think you're so much better than us. Rich people parody, and they parody. So you're not a freedom, they call you the status quo. I get in your healing, all you live in credit. What's your story? What's your story? What's your story? You think you're so much better than us. You think you're so much better than us. You're not a sister, you're not on a fight. If you treat like this, like we're disposable, won't never matter. Even if we must together, time for rebellion. Let it go, it's not within. You think you're so much better than us. 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 Together we stand, one coven holding hands, bound by sisterhood. A women's international terrorist conspiracy from hell. You all have a power against the poison that is patriarchy. Lavender is the herb that has fought against the tyranny of man. Lavender is the menace that will wipe out the oppressor. As above, so below, as within, so without. Got a resting bitch face, it's not a disguise. A costume to atone to, why must I be nice to you? Got a resting bitch face, had a perfect quiet day, minding my own business before you came and ruined it. I won't smile for you. 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 Got a resting bitch face, cause I am so bold of you. My body, not your property, I never asked for a review. Got a resting bitch face, fighting down some bar. You better tread carefully, these teeth leave a lasting mark. I won't smile for you. 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 I didn't ask for your opinion. I never asked for anything. I didn't ask for your opinion. Just leave me alone. kingdom. There's always space for you. Ignore everyone's boundaries. To get what you want, you will push through. I'm so sorry it's taken me so long to put the scene out. And I'm so sorry that it's so late. I know that you've been waiting for it forever. And I know that this is more. But this is my first scene and I want it to be really good. It's been a long time since I did my contact surgery and I was so busy with my grandmother. And really bad, but I wanted it to be the best scene ever and I'll see the first scene. And here's how it's going. This is the intro to Copycat. I wanna be a good boy too. And still true, the very fun in the yard. I wanna scratch bellies with you. You're so cool, can I promise you please won't let it out? It's my birthday. It's the second time this year to have a happy day. In the morning when you see me, it's just another day. And I can't believe what you said to me. It's not the first time I turned 17. And all of the things that you mean to me, give me the feeling you're still mean to me. Stop your singing, my ears are ringing. You need a soundproof room. It's my birthday, my second birthday. I'm growing old too soon. And I can't believe what you said to me. It's not the first time I've turned 17. And all of the things that you mean to me, give me the feeling you're still mean to me. It's my birthday. It's the second time this year. In the morning when you see me, it's just another day. And I can't believe what you said to me. It's not the first time I've turned 17. And all of the things that you mean to me, give me the feeling you're still mean to me. And I can't believe what you said to me. It's not the first time I've turned 17. And all of the things that you It's easy when it's all you do. Your blood beats an empty tomb. Is your head on holiday? Are you strange and far away? Radio been left untuned. You rise, surprised at the coming dawn. But the light is only there because you left it on. Close your eyes and the world is gone. Vaporized in segments of visions. Some connection, future, heartbeats on and on and on. Same from nowhere, we're a complex connection, future, heartbeats on and on and on.
Happy birthday, hypocrite. I hope you got the letter I sent. Send a smile to mom and dad. Let them know I'm never gonna come back. I've been around for 20 years. I added one for all
Meine Stadt, mein Zuhälter, mal böse und gemein, mal küsst sie mich, mal tritt sie mir in die Fresse rein. Kannst du es hören? Kannst du es sehen? Sie hat Hunger, sie frisst mich auf. Niemand hat gegen das System, ohne Kalkur kann sie nicht ausgehen. Ich brauche keine Wohnung, die Stadt ist mein Zuhause. Ich will kein Kind, nein, niemals, nein. Ich brauche keine Regeln, ich denke meine Regeln. Sonst kann ich nicht glücklich sein. Stundenlang Spaß getanzt, der Mond ist meine Disco-Kugel. Ich küsse jeden falschen Stand und leg mich mit dem Schoß an. Und leg mich mit dem Schoß an. Leg mich mit dem Schoß an. Leg mich mit dem Schoß an. Zwei Zimmer, Badewanne, Dusche, Flur, das Nachbarn, Schloss vom Traumprinzen mit weißem Pferd vor der Tür. Ich brauche keine Wohnung. Tageslicht voll ist oder rein. Ohne Fenster, sehr ruhig. Ich brauche keine Wohnung. Ich brauche keine Wohnung. Die Stadt ist mein Zuhause. Ich will kein Kind. Nein, niemals, nein. Ich brauche keine Regeln. Ich kenne meine Regeln. Sonst kann ich nicht glücklich sein. Stundenlang Spaß getanzt. Der Mond ist meine Disco-Kugel. Ich küsse jeden falschen Stand und lege alle Nerven auf. Und lege alle Nerven, lege alle Nerven und lege alle Nerven auf.
Come back to the clacky clack. I love that. What's that song? It's like the Hanna-Barbera cartoon. Yakety yak. Yakety yak. Don't stack that. I guess I'll just keep going for a little bit here. Start to do our like wrap up of this session. That's awesome. I mean, an outline and a cover and a few pages, that's a really good amount. That's a lot. Here, give me like 4 minutes. I'm going to try to finish this section here. Okay. Cool. Yay! I'm gonna try to like organize a little bit here. I'm not used to not having as much room on my desk. I'm just gonna like turn down the music. I'm still gonna have it on a little bit though, just so I have something to listen to. I'm not used to not having so much room on my desk because I have this thing here and then I have a laptop here, so my desk space is like slightly smaller. And it's still like a perfectly good amount of space. I just realized it just kind of put into sharp contrast like how much I actually just spread out whenever I'm working on anything. Let's see. So what's your do you have a title then, Kaisha, since you have your cover done? Or like any like cool ideas that you're like, man, I am super excited about this one. I mean, I'm excited about your whole zine, honestly. It's so cool. Let's see. Trying to move the typewriter here. Scooch things around. Ah! Okay. Got things. I tried to get enough so that like I have something that I can glue down because I can glue and talk. I cannot type and talk. There we go. Okay, so I have that. I've got these supplies. This. Being social without being social. Okay, I could totally use that, honestly. Like, just being able to recognize and like set my own like be able to have friends but also be okay with not going to like parties and things. I've been going to this local art gallery, and they've been having a whole bunch of events, just like kind of hangout events, and it's queer art gallery and everyone's great and fun and fabulous, and I'm really enjoying it, and I'm very grateful it's there. But it's also one of those things where it's like, okay, I just kind of want to go home. Like, I have to be very careful about how long I stay because it's one of those things where I feel like, well, I probably could enjoy myself, and I don't want to miss out on having fun experiences actually like talking to people, um, and hanging out and feeling like I'm part of this event and part of this crew. But it's also just like, okay, I don't have anything to say. I am getting real tired. I'm ready to go home now. And if I stay too long, then I really regret it because then I just feel awful and overwhelmed. And I'm like, I feel like I just wasted the entire day. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, if I had just listened to myself 10 minutes ago, yeah, definitely some strong FOMO, and then I regret it anyway because it's like if I had listened to myself and left when I was actually starting to feel tired, then I'd feel better anyway. And I feel like, oh man, I just wasted this whole time because I didn't, because it feels like I exhausted myself. Like I had fun, but all I'm gonna remember now is feeling exhausted afterwards, which isn't true. I remember the good stuff later, but it always feels kind of shitty in the moment. I'm like, oh man, should I just listen to myself? Let's see. I've prepared these backgrounds. I've got this, and then this, and these are mostly a few photos that we have from the Southwest, just like family photos, or like photos that my family has taken, and a few other things. So that's gonna be my background. I went to the glue stick thing, and I always get so excited and I overshare. Yeah, that's really hard too, where you kind of. It's a balance between wanting to engage with people and then also not wanting to engage with people, and like, yeah, I mean, I always try to think of oversharing as like, I'm glad you like them. It's like I always try to think of oversharing as like I'm the only one who thinks it's oversharing. Like other people don't necessarily think of it as oversharing. I mean, that doesn't always help, but you know, it's tough. Let's see. Okay. Cool. I think I actually have a good amount of text thing. Oh, you did! Oh, that's really flattering. Did they think I was cool? I shouldn't ask because I'm supposed to not care, but I kind of do care. So, I mean, you know, I think it's only natural to care a little bit, right? About what people think about your work. But you know, so is Blue Stick just like a zine? Is it a zine club specifically, or just kind of like an art group where you have lots of different art things happening? Cool. Good. I'm glad they liked it. Oh, jeez. Share it in Chicago. Wait, like, where is it? I cooked dinner for the family and washed up, now ready to get going again and follow along. That is fabulous. That is very, very productive, very good, very official. I'm so impressed by these people who have kids and families who are still here doing this. Like, I shouldn't say that. I guess I just mean, like, I'm not impressed, or okay. I don't just say I'm not impressed. I'm not surprised that you guys are making zines. I'm like surprised that you're bothering to watch this live stream. I guess I'll put it that way. Cool. Welcome, or welcome back. That is. It's a zine fair associated with the local gallery called Tech-a-nical going to a zine convention in May. Oh, that's exciting. Is that like the Chicago zine fair? Like the big one? Because that's impressive. That's surprising. Wow. Local gallery called Chromatic. Man, that's really cool that it's like a zine get together. I really want to get some more zine specific stuff because there's a lot of arts stuff, and that's great. I mean, I feel weird for even just like being dismissive of like art stuff. It's like, no, it's not. I don't mean to be dismissive. It's just, you know, I'm just picky. I'm not picky. I want to talk about zines with people, and I want to make zines with people. So I'm very happy to be doing this. Like, happy to meet people. I was very, reluctant to get an Instagram. If you've seen any of me for like more than 2 minutes, you probably know because I've just been going on and on about it. It's like, I didn't want to get an Instagram. I've been saying that for for a long time. But I'm glad that I did, because I think that there's a lot of zinesters there. And I think that if anyone's going to make Instagram work as like a platform and make it actually a way to talk to people and interact and be cool and not be a slave to the algorithm, then it's zinesters, and that has been my experience so far. I tried an art gathering, and boy, that group was boring. Yeah, like, yeah, you get. I think I kind of regular art gatherings of sorts. They just all have such different tones, and it's like really hard to like, how would I put it? Um, it's really hard to tell what it's going to be like until you're actually there. It's hard to communicate the tone or like understand the tone of what it's going to be like until you're actually there, which is always a little bit disappointing, especially when you're sort of working up you're working up excitement, and then you're working up the energy to actually like, okay, I'm going to go to this thing, I'm going to attend it, I'm going to be, you know, I'm going to leave my house, and like, you know, I could just make art at home. I could just make zines at home, but no, I'm going to go and try and meet people who are doing the same thing. And then you go there and it's just like, it's just disappointing, I guess. Welcome back. Hi. I sort of like you saying waves, just given that your username is Waterchild Tarot. Like, I immediately think of water waves, which is great. Are you doing the like what's it called, Grimoire 52 thing, perhaps? I don't know, I've seen a lot of people doing it, the Grimoire, doing like the making a Grimoire prompts every week. It's like a different prompt to put into your magical journal of sorts. I can't remember if I saw you doing that. Daily journals are not boring. Just curious, because of your username and stuff. I mean, I feel like grimoires a lot of times just end up as journals. I don't mean end up. I mean, like, there is a lot of overlap between a grimoire and a journal. Like, you know what I mean? That's really awesome that you're making scrapbook pages. like actually putting in. So are you putting in like things from like photos and tips and receipts and that sort of thing, and or kind of like an art/bullet journal thing where you put in like you know, pattern paper and make it look very aesthetic. Like, what? Tell me about your journal. Let me just put it like that. Tell me about your journal. I love journals. I watch so many like journal flip through videos on YouTube and stuff. Yeah. I also have like five different journals just kind of going at any given time. Some tickets, a set list, a photo of a poster out of the show, and then some of my memories. That is so cool. So it's like memory keeping journaling. I really love that. That is so cool. I remember when I still keep like a daily journal, but it's really just writing. And I remember when I was a kid, I kept a composition notebook where I would literally just tape things in with like packing tape. Uh, like, I'd tape in leaves, and I'd tape in definitely tickets for things, like movie tickets, stubs, and that sort of thing. Like, I really like that way of capturing memories, because you never know how these other objects that are more than just your writing will sort of spark memories that you didn't even remember that you had, or like a certain feeling. Yeah, they've held up. Like, they don't really dry out too much. They don't, as long as you tape it with packing tape and it, you you tape so that all the edges are sealed. Like, it's managed to stay, 12 years later, or however long it's been. I guess more than 12 years now. I guess 18 years, something like that. I keep like losing my place in my text things here. There we go. Okay. My problem as I'm typing on the typewriter is that I'll type on the typewriter, and then if I make too many mistakes in a line, I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to retype the entire line because I don't want to have to go back and have an entire row of X'd out text. Like, I don't mind the look of it. It just takes up a lot of space on the page, which, I would rather use for more text. But that also makes it a little bit hard to cut and paste because I need to pay attention to what the text is. I've stuffed leaves in the folder of my sketchbook. Yeah. Man, leaves are cool. Okay, what's everybody's favorite leaf? What's everybody's favorite type of leaves? I really like pine needles. I think they're really cool. It's when you get like a whole brush, a whole branch worth of pine needles. I like those. And I like, there's a tree that my grandma had in her backyard that's called a big leaf oak. And it was exactly what it sounds like. It's an oak tree, but the leaves are literally like as big as your face. Those are so cool. I think that fern leaves are cool too. I like oak leaves. They're hard to find around here. Maples are easier. Maples are pretty. Maples are colorful. Those are good. Maples are like a, it's like a solid tree. Oh my god, ginkgos! Ginkgos are cute. I don't think I have seen a ginkgo tree since California, which I guess kind of makes sense. Actually, I don't know very much about the, like, you know, soil nature requirements of ginkgo trees. If they can handle snow and that sort of thing. Ginkgo trees are so pretty, though. I like fern. Okay, I sort of like fern leaves, but I also hate them. I like them because they look really pretty, and I really like. I mean, ferns are cool, but you know how they have all of those little like seeds on the bottom that like they're like those weird little like seed pods. I don't know, like I don't like touching ferns. Ferns have like a really weird sense of touch to me. They just put me off. But I like them. They're pretty. Ginkgos do grow up here in Vermont. Oh. So I guess they probably can grow in Massachusetts. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to grow down here if they can grow in Vermont. That's cool. I mean, I guess I also haven't done a lot of active searching for ginkgo trees, so that's probably why I haven't really seen any yet. Yeah. I gotta go visit different places in New England now that I'm out here. I've been spending all this time lamenting the Southwest, and then, there are other places that I can visit very closely out here. Okay, so when I was a kid, I went to the Mark Twain Museum in Connecticut, and it's basically like his house that they've turned into like a museum, and they show off his house. And it was so cool. It was the first time I'd ever seen like a really, really old house, and it's very, very fancy. And I really want to go back there at some point. It's in like central Connecticut somewhere, I think. What am I doing? I'm like vaguely trying to remember, or I mean, arrange this thing here. Let's see. I guess I'll like this out. They're also stinky. Really? Like all the time? I did not. Oh wait, are you talking about ferns? See, this is the problem with like this is the problem with the chat delay. Um if you let them breed. Okay, that's interesting. I was reading this thing that was sort of talking about pollen. Yeah, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I was reading this thing about pollen where basically like for a while um a lot of sort of gardening books and especially for like urban planning back in like the 1900s, early 1900s, a lot of places were saying like, oh well, you should plant male trees because they don't drop a lot of like what they described as litter. They don't drop like seed pods and that sort of thing. And now the problem is that like there's a huge overabundance of pollen in a lot of places because nobody planted female trees. um, where was I think it was somewhere in Texas that I was reading about this, but it was or I wasn't in Texas reading about it. It was like a place in Texas that was reporting on this or something. Um, yeah, that's gotta be wild. Someone described it as like, great, so I have hay fever now because of tree sexism. Where are we gonna put this? I'm trying to arrange some things on this page and I'm not I'm not feeling it, you know? Let's see. Okay. See, now the trouble is like I have to yeah, I'm struggling too. Page layout is fun but difficult a lot of times. What's your usual process for what's your usual process for laying things out? Do you like do do you draw boxes for filling in your text or you know, I guess what I guess it's kind of different doing a page layout for a journal like that because you sort of have set sizes for things like the tickets that and set lists maybe and like whatever like physical things that you have that sort of have a set size and you sort of have to work around that. Whereas I feel like with zines, I guess you do have a few things that are a set size, but for me it's like you can move and resize a lot of things. Get my trash piece of paper here for gluing. Let's see. I need Nina to come and say, cutting stuff down a bit. Sometimes I'll photocopy to shrink or enlarge. Yeah, that's gonna be tricky. So how big is your journal? Is it like really big, like scrapbook big? That's what I was trying to say. Um, or more like moleskin kind of size. I guess moleskins have different sizes, but you know what I mean. Nina's got to come back and tell me what letters she ended up picking for her alphabet. She's doing like a witchcraft alphabet zine, and I really have. I've been so unreasonably antsy about those letters. A5. So for a 2-page. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's half letter. It's like that's what I'm doing too. That's what yeah. A lot of people are doing. What are your alphabet letters, Nina? You gotta. I can't stand it anymore. You have to tell me what you picked for some of them. Holy crap. Um, trying to make mine work on InDesign. I have never used InDesign. I don't think I've even like seen InDesign in use. How much control does InDesign give you exactly? Is it sort of like a PDF editor where you just, you know, It can't be. It's Adobe. Like Adobe's got to have something that's something. What does InDesign even do? I don't think I've ever seen it used. InDesign's the best. Oh man, maybe I need to like check it out then. I mean, I usually do cut and paste, so I don't know how useful it would end up being for me. So sophisticated. Okay. Hey, Emily's here. Thanks for popping in. Everybody, Raven Relics is my friend Emily, and we've done a we were working on a collaborative zine, and it's really exciting because this is the first time that I've ever done a collab zine with somebody, which is really really cool. Um, we're almost done with it too, which is exciting. Okay, all right. I gotta catch up. There's like multiple comments to read. So exciting. Some open source software programs that are similar. Oh, if you have any name drops for uh uh these free open source software, I would definitely love to hear so I could play with it. Um Crazy amount of control. Kind of clunky. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what Scribus as an open source alternative. Okay, crazy amount of control, but kind of clunky. Yeah, I think that I kind of have that with Photoshop. I used to use Photoshop. Now I use Clip Studio Paint, um, where it's like it sort of ends up being clunky because they have so many options, and so it's like okay, well, you either take away some of the features and capabilities, or you make it kind of clunky, and it's just like it's a balance, I guess. That's kind of cool though. That's really exciting. I have to like I'm trying not to stick my tongue out. That's kind of a habit that I have of like when I'm gluing things, I'll just stick my tongue out. Or focusing very closely on something. Let's see. Um let's see what your okay. Amulet, Button Magic, films and TV shows, name day, playlist, Queer Witches, Superpowers Universe. A good one for you. I mean, I can't even think what you would do. It would be like upside down or like what would you? I mean, I'm not going to try to come up with anything. You've already come up with universe. I'm not messing with it. That's great. Zeromancy. Oh, like Xerox, like zine making. YouTube and zines. Hooray! Lisa Green. Lisa Green. Oh my god. Are you LA Greenwich on Instagram? That's so cool. I think it's you. Um I'm pretty sure. Please tell me if it's you, because if it's not, then I'm going to be gushing about the wrong person. I suppose I could gush about LA Greenwich regardless of whether it's you or not. Okay, it's someone else. Sorry, I saw L and green, and like you're kind of. I know that that's like in the similar circle. I hope I don't make you feel bad, Lisa. I'm very happy to be here, and especially being like Antifa. Thank you for keeping the world safe and real. That's You're a real one. Ellie Greenwich is like a is an artist and a creator of a tarot deck and an oracle, I think, and just um, a cool journal person too. So Lisa, are you making zines? Have we met before, Lisa? I'm sorry if we haven't. I don't remember you. And I suppose if we haven't, then hi. I'm Wesley. Nice to meet you. My fingers are starting to get really sticky here. Video's not in sync, so I'll be hitting the screen a bit first. Video's not in sync. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope that's not my fault. But whatever. We'll have to figure it out. Started working on my zine on urban witchcraft. Yeah, I guess it happens. I mean, I could like end and come back, but I don't want to. So I'm just not gonna. Sorry, just deal with it. Urban witchcraft. That's really really exciting. We've got 3 people now making witchcraft zines. At least 3. That's really cool. So is it going to be sort of like a urban witch. Okay, so Nina's making like an alphabet zine for like an alphabet witchcraft zine, ABCs of witchcraft, and we can totally do you can do urban witchcraft for you. That's so perfect. Emily's working on a new journal. Emily does these really amazing journals. Actually, you know what? I have one of them. If I can show it off. Okay. I'm going to show off one of Emily's journals here. Emily is Raven Relics here in the chat, and we met because I had an idea. I guess I'd randomly seen her, and I'd seen her work through YouTube, and just like a flip through of one of her journals, and I had this idea for a journal, and it's basically just like while I was still sort of exploring my witchcraft and becoming more okay with it, and it's really cool. And so I have this journal, and this is the one that Emily made me. And so I had contacted, and I had like a very specific thing, and this very weird sort of storytelling esoteric sort of thing. And like Emily picked up on the vibe right away and just made it. So it's this really beautiful thing. I have some writing in it. And I kind of write sort of sporadically throughout, so not all of it has writing. I've added some things myself since then, but it's like this really pretty, and it's got all these nice it is so cool. I have there's even like little pockets that she made, and I've put like little tarot cards in there. I have a recipe for that coffee cake. It's so cool. I've got this. This is like one of my favorite pages because she gave this whole map thing, and I wrote on it because I was like, I'm trying to learn the Suffixe für Ostwörter, which is the suffixes for place words, and I'm trying to like memorize what all the different things like Berg and Gau and all the things that you would see as like the end of a place in Germany or Germanic speaking area. I've got like I have a lot of German stuff in here because that's basically what the continental German witchcraft sort of, it's like my things are falling out a little bit because I've like rearranged a lot of the fasteners and paper clips and things. I've got the Forschungsthemen. Let's see. I have this thing, like, I added this and she had this, and it's just like it is so perfect because it's like it's just enough to play with and go off of without feeling like it's already done for you, you know what I mean? Um, and I like this is just like a little poem about a cat. And um, let's see. I've got like this little fold out that I added this thing to make like a multiple page fold out, and I don't know what to do with it. What else is in here? I mean, I have a lot of stuff in here because it's sort of all over the place, but yeah, it's like it's really, really cool. And look, like she even included this werewolf, sort of wolf dancing picture, which just I just really like this one. I keep turning it over. I don't even know if I am gonna change anything on this because I keep opening it up like this and it's just so pretty as it is. Anyway, so yeah, so like Emily made me this, and then and so like I ended up on the mailing list or something. I don't mean to be like the mailing list, but I was on the email list, and at some point I realized like, hey, wait a second, you live like half an hour away from me. That is unacceptable that we haven't met yet. Like we need to we need to hang out if we live that close to each other. I want to meet another witchy person and another artist who's really cool. And very quickly, just like on the first meeting, I brought some zines as like a friendship slash peace offering, and then immediately it's like we should make a zine, and then it actually happened, and that's the big thing because there's like that hump that you have to get over between we should make a zine. Oh yeah, we totally should. And then, everyone just gets busy, things happen, whatever. But this time it was like, oh, we should make a zine. Oh, we should make a zine. And then we just like made it, we just made a zine. um yeah, I'm really excited about it. We were instantly vibing. It was so cool. I loved it. And so we have our zine, and I'll just go ahead and reveal the title. Our zine's called Fringe Magic, and it's basically just like a whole bunch of cool magical thoughts from the fringe. It's I've got like a couple pages here. I'm not gonna share off too much. It's like very text heavy. So obviously, it's hard to read right now, but like we got some stuff on human design. We got this thing about like the concept of a magnum opus. We have an entire 6-page discussion slash rant about Instagram and finding yourself as an artist, and it just like immediately it all came together, and I'm so happy about that. Also, like, since you're here, okay, I was kind of gonna keep this sort of a surprise, but it'll still be a little surprise. I wrote you sort of a bonus page. um, I'm holding it so you don't get to see it, but it says "Dear Emily," and it's just like a little letter that I wrote, and we're gonna put it in the zine, and you will read it when it's in the zine, Emily. Okay. So that's Emily. I think that you're definitely among friends here. Like this is the right crowd, Oh my god, what is that? Yep. You can see exactly how long the delay is now. But there you go, a little surprise for you. Gotta drink a sip of water. I could probably be drinking a lot more water than I actually am right now, given how much I'm talking and doing things. But that's okay. It'll be all right. Where's the tape for this? Oh, I missed it. I missed a piece of tape. Yeah, I guess next time I do this, I'll have to do like a Zoom thing. Although I really want to be able to encourage people to drop in, and I feel like Zoom is hard to do that. I say Zoom, like, I've been talking about trying to do something with Zoom because then it's all live and we can kind of talk all together, and also people can talk with their microphones if they want to, as opposed to typing. Um, it's a little. It's also a little bit less anonymous, though, which is, you know, important, I think, for zine making, to give people that option to stay anonymous. So it's a little bit tricky to kind of. It's tricky to decide what the best way to do things is, but we've made this decision for this time, and that'll be okay. Okay, I'm gonna try to focus just for like 2 minutes here because I have to cut out all of my text and glue it, and I need to make sure that I get it in the right order. Okay, let's focus. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a nice. I could listen to like an ASMR journaling kind of thing. I like the I like cutting and typing and the active noise um of crafting. Okay, that goes there. Okay. Okay. I think I'm good. Um, yeah, totally take a break. I'm on for, let's see, I'm on until 5 p.m. my time, so it's another hour and a half. Um, please go eat something though, and I suppose if you wanted to, like, maybe at, I don't know, maybe at like 3:45, maybe at the 45-minute mark, I'll do like another 1 hour thing, or maybe. How about this? Okay, I'm sorry. 45-minute mark. I'm gonna do an hour thing. And so then at 4:45, we'll do like the final chitty chat, final share, and then we'll say goodbye. So we'll keep doing the open chat for like 15 minutes. We'll do another work hour, and then we'll say goodbye. We'll do that. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna read these chat things. Zoom would be super exhausting for many hours. Maybe a few moments throughout the day weekend could be a cool idea for next time, or drop in for a while and leave again. Yeah, I mean, I think a Zoom is just exhausting for many hours because it's like you have to be present in a different way. Like, even for me right now, like it's a little bit tiring, honestly, just being on camera for that long. But it's a little bit better because I feel like there's a little bit less pressure to respond to everything perfectly and to look like presentable for that long, or maybe it's just because of this whole like system that I've set up here. um could flip back and forth too. Yeah. Oh yeah, oh my god, totally. Email works in progress, and maybe even tomorrow I'll do like a little showing. If you want me to show it off, then I can do like the I'll do like a share if you want me to. If not, if you don't want me to share it, then I won't. But if you wanted to share with other people, you could totally email me, and I'll do like a share at the beginning of the next time. And then if anybody wants to ask or do a share, or we'll have it, like we'll figure it out. A yarn spinning group? That is so cool. No mics and listening to music together, and then mics on for the last 15 minutes. That's a good idea. I'm getting a lot of ideas. Like, I'll do something. This is all good information to have. Good to know. We can figure it out in multiple capacities. There's also like a comic group that I've done sometimes. It's called Radiator Comics, and there's like they do sort of a you know Pomodoro style, working 45 minutes, and then, or no, what was it? It was like, no, they have like a 20-minute, 10-minute, 20-minute, 10-minute. I never quite liked that because I feel like I didn't have enough time to actually focus on anything during the 20-minute sections. So a lot of times I would just end up working through the 10-minute breaks a lot of the time, and it just was like pointless. But I guess the concept is nice to be able to have like dedicated. Here are some hours that we're gonna do work time. Here are some hours we're gonna do chat time. And in fact, I may even try to set something like that up in advance for tomorrow. About, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to get too picky about tomorrow because it's like this whole weekend is meant to be an experiment. So we'll see how it goes. They also spin while high. I mean, that probably makes the spinning a lot more interesting, a lot more enjoyable. Man, spinning yarn, it's really it's really cool, but it's also one of those things where it's like, I am so glad that I live in an era where I don't have to do that. Like where fabric and things are abundant enough. Like the Industrial Revolution has a lot of bullshit, but I appreciate the fact that it is a people can do it for the sake of enjoyment. Um, I guess it's just one of those things where it's like if I had to make a zine, every day as part of my job, I would hate it. I would get so done with it. But because I have the creative freedom and the flexibility to do it um, whenever I want to, that's the key to making it like fun. That's the key to making it work. Yeah, it's really hard to do. You know, we love electricity. One of many great quotes, by the way. We love electricity. One of many great quotes in our upcoming zine. So if you want top quality opinions like that, then make sure to come and read it. Oh my god. You will not find such incredible information anywhere else. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you too. Water Child Tarot. Did you introduce your name? I think maybe you have to me at some point, but I kind of forgot. I'll just keep calling you Water Child Tarot. Like, me too, Water Child. Me too. Oh man. I guess I have room for one more. Maybe I'll hold off on gluing this part. Here, I'll Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. I feel like you've probably said that at some point to me because I know you left a comment on one of my videos that I think you said like, "Hi, I'm Sarah" or something. I don't remember. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I like Water Child Tarot because it's W like Wesley, and so I'm gonna keep the W. Here, I'll while we're here, while we're still in the talking mode until 45, I'll just show off. This is the one of the pages that I have so far. This is like the one that I did during the last work session. Then I also have another one, but I can't really lift and share it because it's not glued down yet. So it's like um, just kind of my beginning. It's like it says I think the natural place for me to start is with some memories of the Southwest, and so I talk a lot about when I was a little kid. I got to go see the Petrified Forest in Arizona for the first time, which is literally, I'll just read it. The real adventure was the Petrified Forest. It's a national park in Arizona filled with giant petrified logs, fossilized trees that have been turned into stone. They are the remaining forms of trees from a forest millions of years ago. You can count the rings and see the bark forms and root systems of these ancient prehistoric trees. It's like a giant natural grave site with beautiful quartz trees acting as their own headstones from silicification. Silicification. That's a word. That, by the way, is the transformation from organic matter into silicate or silica. Um, I was never particularly interested in dinosaurs as a kid, but these tree fossils felt so real, perfectly preserved in all but life. So there you go. Silicification. Okay, yeah, I think I got that right. That's a lot. Oh man. Their own headstones. Yeah, I was kind of proud of that one. I'm glad that you like it. Um, yeah, I want to be my own headstone. I'll, I really want to. I want to die and be turned into a tree or something, or just like, just cremation is fine. It'd be cool if you could. It'd be cool if you could be like cremated and then use your ashes to help, um, like rejuvenate the soil, like for roses and things that like ashes. That would be really cool. There's probably somewhere that does it. My grandma donated her body to science in like um, a very specific study that she participated in for much of her adult life about um, sisters where one of them had MS and the others did not. And so her sister had MS, she did not, and they both participated in this study. And then she continued participating in the study long after her sister had died, and like donated her body, and they actually used it for that study. My grandma's crazy, like in a good way. She just had so much going on. I'd like to have a lot going on in my life and in death. Apparently, she's got so much going on. She couldn't even stop. She had to. She just kept going when she died. I mean, I kind of feel like everybody does when they die. Everybody keeps going. That's what. I don't know. I'm not going to talk too much about death and stuff right now. I'm kind of like, I'm not awake enough to do that. I'm going to lose it. Let's see. Okay. Oh my god. Kaja, you sent me your goddamn Rick and Morty zine. I can't believe it. I'm really excited to read that, honestly. Oh my god. Okay, Kaija, you are like the fanzine, just like god. Like, and you know why I say that is because you do these fanzines that just they don't even feel like fanzines. They feel like perzines and art zines, and they feel so deep. And I don't mean to be dismissive of fanzines in any way, but like the way that you do them, it just feels like transcendent of whatever the actual media is. Where it's like I've written fan stuff in different zines where it's like, oh yeah, I'm a big fan of this, and it just seems to be like, oh, hee hee, I like the thing, which I like the thing, which is fine. Like that's kind of yeah, fanzines. You like something, you're sharing your like with something, but like yours are just so deep and artistic, and like they're they. Do you know what I mean? I mean, no, that's legit though, because I think that being able to like live in these fan worlds is what really that's what media and that's what stories need to be brought to life is people who want to live in them and people who exist in them and just like that's what that's what it's about. That's what stories are is like if you can really engage with I'm just so like happy to have met you. I'm so happy to have met every single person who has been in this chat or who is in this chat. Like, if you had told me like 2 years ago or even 1 year ago that I would meet so many cool people through zine making and that I would actually like have a community of people and that I could, have a live stream and have people to talk to and just like be able to talk to people who understand my like deep seated feelings about zines. I mean, I really want to keep trying to encourage people who are not quite sure how to jump into making zines or jump into the zine scene, whatever that is. Like, I really want to keep encouraging them to just do it because, here I jumped in, I didn't know anything. And, you know, now I know things and now I know people. I feel the same way about tarot. Not all people with tarot channels are my people, but I've met and cultivated some great friendships with a few. Yeah, totally. It's like, I mean, I guess that's kind of the point of hobbies. I mean, that's not exactly the point of hobbies, but that's kind of part of the point of sharing hobbies and things is that like you're meeting like-minded people who like similar things and sort of based on the idea that people who like similar things it's like, well, if you like it for similar reasons, then you're gonna get along. That's how you meet people as an adult, I guess. Is like you have hobbies. That's how you meet people. In school, you can just meet people because you're forced to meet people, and you know I was never really able to form a lot of really strong connections through school, except once. One school I went to, I met a lot of people who became my lifelong friends. But yeah, I need to cultivate some tarot friends. I tried with Discord. I need more tarot friends too, honestly, and I need more people I can talk with about tarot because I think that like my I keep trying to get my neighbors or certain friends to do it. And it's like I don't care if they learn tarot or whatever. I just want to read their cards. I just want to read cards from people. It's like, "Fuck, just let me read your card." And like they're probably really sick of me trying to bring it up all the time about like, oh, if you ever want a tarot reading, or I'll just kind of like drop it casually and go, oh yeah, I was reading my tarot cards. And, I'll try to like get them to talk about it. I'm pretty sure a lot of people around here are like in this chat now are tarot friends too. I literally didn't even know zines were a thing before meeting you. I live under a rock though. I mean, zines are kind of mainstream media has kind of picked up on zines lately, so more people who had never heard of them before are starting to know what they are. I do not wish to say that zines are back or getting bigger or exploding or whatever. It's not that there are really, I mean, there may be some more people making zines, but zines have always been around. It's just that people like have been doing more things with the I just lost my I lost my thing. It's not that people have been doing more things. It's that mainstream media has been reporting on it, and so more people have heard about what a zine is. And of course, there's people who share it on an interpersonal level, which is cool. But yeah, no, it's not that you were living under a rock. I mean, you live under a rock, but that has nothing to do with it. This would probably you may not have ever heard of zines, even if you were not under a rock. We should. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna like. I'm gonna. I'm gonna pull. I'm gonna pull a couple of cards because like I'm doing my Southwest Witchcraft zine, and so I've got this tarot cats that is very like Southwesty kind of themed. I really really like it. So we're gonna do some fucking cards because this is my live stream and I can do what I want. Okay. I guess okay. What should I read about? Should I do a reading for someone? Like do a reading for how someone's zine is gonna turn out? Like someone put something in the chat and I'll do a reading on it real quick. And then we could do a popcorn thing if any of you wanted to do a reading too or something. I guess it's a little harder because you guys aren't on camera, but whatever. Like someone asked me something. I'm just gonna keep shuffling until I see something in the chat. So please ask soon because this gilding is difficult to shuffle. I really love the I love the watercolor of this deck too because I have like a really strong association with the Southwest and with watercolor because I went on a bunch of trips to New Mexico, like doing watercolor. How will your zine be received? Okay, I will ask that. How will your zine be received? Okay. Okay, wait. I suppose I should probably clarify. Your zine or my zine? Or just like the royal zine. Everybody's zine. Do like everyone's. Okay, we're doing a general like how will your zine be received? If you are watching this reading is for you. It's for you and your work and your zine. We're gonna do, let's see. We're gonna do, I usually like to do some sort of significator or like an anchor card of sorts. So I'm gonna pull one to represent the zine. You got time. You don't have to do a 24-hour zine. You can work on something as long as you want. It's not necessarily for your 24-hour zine. Just we'll say it's for the next zine that you put out into the world. Okay, we'll do like a general sense. I'm gonna do one that's like what is the one card is going to represent what the zine that you're putting out into the world, what it's going to be, what its sort of central what it is putting out there, what is shining out there, like what is it that it's putting out there for people to receive. We'll start with that. Okay. this is sort of an interesting beginning. I got the 5 of Cups, and I feel like what this is saying is that zines are very personal, whether or not you are making a perzine, because they are an expression that is a lot more boundless and open and creative and honest in a way than a lot of other forms of creation. Um, because I think that in other forms of creation, they are either heavily edited or created with a specific audience of sorts in minds. Whereas for zines, they're almost always the primary audience. I shouldn't say almost always, but like especially in the case of perzines or zines that feel very personal, they the primary audience is um like-minded individuals in a sorts. Is because you're basically like talking to a mirror, but just imagine it as kind of like a one-way mirror where you're on one side and you're talking to the mirror, and so all you are seeing is yourself. But really, on the other side of the mirror, there are a whole lot of other people who are potentially, receiving it and who you don't necessarily get to see what their reaction is. Um, and I think that's really important and that's very unique to zines because it means that it means that you have a certain freedom and flexibility that allows you to be honest and allows you to express emotions that you wouldn't be able to express if you had to do so in a way that in like a performative way, in a sort of as though you were on a stage. And I think that's often what happens is whenever you're interacting with anybody. Um, I mean, very close friends, a little different, or people who are like minded are very different. But like oftentimes, just kind of in our day to day life, we're interacting with and people, and in a way, we're putting on a persona. We are acting in a certain way. Um, no one is wearing all of their feelings on their sleeve. And so, what I think this is saying really is that your zine is you doing something else. It is you holding your feelings on your sleeve or like offering them in this text and image and work in this wonderful zine that you're doing. So that's basically like what your zine has to say, what it has to offer, what it's doing. And so I guess do the next, which is sort of like the direct response to um, the Kaija's question of like, how is that going to be received? This is what's being put out there. How is it going to be received? Let's see. Okay. I feel like I need to pull these 2 cards, and you guys know what I mean. It's like sometimes you think you're gonna pull one, you're gonna pull 2. So this is what I have. It's kind of funny because they're incredibly similar. So I feel like this is almost just saying that they're like, you know, they're almost the same. The Empress and the Queen of Pentacles. Um, So let's think a second here. What are some of the differences between the Empress and the Queen of Pentacles? The the Queen of Pentacles is associated with Capricorn, um, and the Empress is it's traditionally associated with Venus. I like associating it with Earth, like the Earth. But just sort of the general feeling is that the Empress is a little bit more active and creative and sort of expressive and like doing things actively. Whereas I think that the Queen of Pentacles has sort of settled into things and is a little bit more interested in like the stability um, of richness in a sense, like the stability of rich feelings. And so I think that what this is sort of saying, if taken kind of as like a story between the 3 here, is that your open and vulnerable zine is going to potentially like inspire other people to create things themselves and um, help them to feel more stable and secure in their own body and in their own form and in their own self. Um, it's sort of like building a structure that's actually going to last, and it's specifically one that is comfortable. Like, that's the thing of it being the Queen of Pentacles, is I think that it's building and the Empress really, but especially the Queen of Pentacles is like building something that's going to be comfortable. And I think that just purely image wise, it's very interesting to see this very um you have the very sad cat here who is black and white and gray striped, and then here you have the black gray cat and the white cat. And so this is almost like your sadness and your honesty and your like raw emotions end up getting kind of separated out in a sense, where it's like you did have, white and gray and black, and then this time you have a white cat and a black cat. And so it's like it gets separated, and once everything is all separated, it becomes um easier to read, easier to deal with, easier to comfort yourself over, and just generally like more nourishing. um and I guess this is like a really weird example, but I can think of this as like um, how you don't mix ammonia and bleach. On their own, ammonia and bleach can be very cleansing and very useful in many ways, but you don't mix them because when they do, it becomes a poisonous gas. And so I sort of picture this as like right now you're in the poisonous gas phase of like everything is very raw and deep and like difficult in sense, and it feels like the emotions themselves are very um overwhelming in a sense. Like, and that's sort of the other thing about like creating the chlorine gas, is that you cannot escape it. It is everywhere around you. It's like it's a gaseous form which expands to fill whatever box it's in. Um, Whereas here, it feels almost like you're kind of distilling all of the emotions. So now you're taking the gaseous form that it is and distilling it into these two separate components, which you can then use in a more helpful, supportive kind of way. And so because this is how it's received, I think it's saying that you offering your raw emotions means that other people are going to be able to distill it and then um, relate to it in a positive way themselves. And also potentially because you are also going to be receiving your own zine. You know what I mean? You're how it turns out is going to you're going to feel a certain way about how it turns out. And um, I think that this could also potentially apply to that, is like distilling difficult emotions and making them easier to deal with and a lot more comfortable and secure and grounded, because both the Empress and the um Queen of Pentacles is like they're very, well supported things. So I guess that's about all I got on this, but yeah, that's what I got. And I think that this is ultimately just like a story of um transformation and like regaining life and stability, which is really cool. And I hope that this ends up kind of motivating. That's my big spiel. I'm gonna put these down now. I wonder if I should like, I don't know, try to display them in some sense. Hang on. We'll put them right here. I guess you probably can't see them super well, but that's okay. They're there. And then we have end. Here, I'm gonna actually move this slightly so that it says end. Just cuz. Yeah. Man, scenes are so cool. Scenes are so deep. Scenes are so meaningful. I feel a little bit awkward after doing a reading and then just like not knowing what to say, or even not knowing what to think, because you just kind of end up having to like you end up sitting here with this new information. It's kind of like, okay. So I think that probably now-ish, especially because we're almost reaching an hour, and that's like a good round number, is now might be another good time for like uh, a little working time. So I guess we'll do until like 45 for working. Yeah. So wherever you are in the world at the 45 minute is when we'll stop doing our focused work time, and that'll be like our last big push live on the day. And like obviously you are more than welcome to continue working on your own zine, not on the live stream. Yeah, nice to meet you, Sarah. I mean, nice to like talk to you more officially, and happy to have you here. Please enjoy your journaling, and if you pop by tomorrow, I'll see you, and if not, then no worries. Have a lovely day. I guess I'll try to set things up for the last like little push here. Okay. I gotta arrange everything. It's like such a pain. Okay. And I guess I'll put on some music again, and you don't have to listen to it or anything. And if you want to pop back in, then we'll do like the chat time. Now it just focus W. Bye, Lisa. Nice to see you. I guess I'll put these. They're right here. They're right here for you. And okay, so I'll do like a little focus work time, and I will see you in 45 minutes if you are still around. And if you want to log off in between that time, like, please don't mind. All right, let's fucking do this, Kaija. Let's do this. Okay, let's see. What music am I going to pick this time? I'm going to put on my K-pop album because I feel like I need a little burst of energy for the end. It's not an album, it's just like a mix list. Let's do it. Bye, Emily. Talk to you soon. Say hi to Kyle. Yeah, no worries. It's no chat pressure. Yeah, we're doing K-pop for like the last burst for the last like 45 minutes of focused work time here because I need some energy. and plug in. You can do it.
마지막 남은 순간까지 내게 맡기게 될 거야. 넌 달콤한 너의 오션노래 이토록 깊은 꿈이 너 처음일걸 내 맘이 이 밤이 아른거리는 게임 You can't control 거지는 헛빛빛빛 빨라지는데 거짓 듯한 헛빛빛빛빛기는 내가 줄게 마지막 남은 순간까지 점점 다가오지 crazy 아찔하게 가는 rush 노래 미친 날 빼낼 수도 없게 바뀌어 네 심장 더 깊은 그 달콤한 너의 rush 노래 거지는 헛빛빛빛 빨라지는데 거지는 헛빛빛빛 빨라지는데 헛빛빛빛빛 아무것도 안 했는데 왜 시간은 벌써 3시 Ice 아메리카노 마셔도 왜다 후끈후끈하네 내 눈물을 놀리고 아직 들어보고 싶어 원해 you energy 자극도 나 아예 뜨겁게 선물해줄 반짝인 그 오션 위로 남고 있어 나 Go go airplane 번개처럼 날아가 가와이 가둬서 나를 던져버리게 Yeah 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 Let's power up 까맣게 덮어버릴 거예요 Let's power up 제일 신나니까요 좋아하는 걸 원해봐요 I want it, I want it, want it, want it, yeah 매일 그대 열정은 타오르죠 I take it, I take it, take it, take it, yeah 우리에는 천재적인 파워야 지표적, 운명적 나도 그게 필요해 떠나요 오늘 밤 짜릿함을 찾으러 Red alert 엔진 소리 들을 듯 맘에 background music 벌써 나는 Go go airplane 태양 위로 날아라 Dive into the sky 완전 소름 돋았어 Yeah 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 Let's power up 까맣게 덮어버릴 거예요 Go airplane 번개처럼 날아라 가와이 가둬서 나를 던져버리게 Yeah 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 Let's power up 까맣게 덮어버릴 거예요 Let's power up 제일 신나니까요 내게 말씀하셨죠 놀 때도 일할 때도 즐겁게 해 이런 넌 유달리 반짝 노려줘 뜨거운 거 Go go airplane 번개처럼 날아라 가와이 가둬서 나를 던져버리게 Yeah 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 Let's power up 까맣게 덮어버릴 거예요 Go airplane 태양 위로 날아라 Dive into the sky 완전 소름 돋았어 Yeah 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 Let's power up 까맣게 덮어버릴 거예요 헷갈리게 만들어 맘할 수 없게 그러면 막힘없이 마치 내게 흘리는 시 원래를 곧당기고 또 그래 정말 모르겠어 곁이가 나잖아 달려들어서 아직은 아니야 Baby 아직 아니야 숨겨둔 내 맘이야 아직 널 모르겠어 솔직히 겁이 났어 너무 두려웠어 함부로 나를 감아서 척하게 돼 비밀이야 내 맘이야 내게 이랬다 저랬다 내 맘 흔들어 너 지금 나처럼 많이 따고 있잖아 내게 천천히 다가와줘 그날은 작은 내 맘이야 너는 몰라 나도 나만이라도 좀 해줘 보라 아직 약해 나 꿈을 숨기려는 건 아닌 척하는 건 내게 너무 어렵기만 한가 너 나게 말 못한 내 비밀 묻히게 만들어 내 맘이 붙잡아줘 나 애타지 않게 오늘이 지나면 비밀은 없게 지난 내 맘 알까 네가 눈치챌까봐 애써 아닌 척하며 굴어 사실 겁이 났어 내 맘은 똑같지 나로겠지만 않지 자꾸 엇갈려버린 내 타이밍 아무 말 못하고 뭔가 잘못했어 이러다 정말 놓칠 것 같은데 아직 아니야 숨겨둔 내 맘이야 아직 널 모르겠어 솔직히 겁이 났어 너무 두려웠어 함부로 나를 감아서 척하게 돼 사실 나도 널 알고 싶은 걸 아무 관심 없는 척하면서 내 맘을 안 그래 어쨌든 몰라 나도 몰라 그러는 걸 애매모호한 사이 Baby 아직 아니야 숨겨둔 내 맘이야 아직 널 모르겠어 솔직히 겁이 났어 너무 두려웠어 함부로 나를 감아서 척하게 돼 네가 나처럼 맘이 다 보이잖아 나를 힘들어 애타게 하지도 마 지나고 싶은 내 맘 진심이야 슬퍼봐 날 없어져도 상관없지만 네가 내 듣고 다녀준 맘이 너라니까 웃으면서 말이나 쓰담쓰담해 이구 늦게까지 만나고 들어왔지 조금 전까지도 똑바로 전화했지 왜 다시 보고 싶어지 생각해 집안으로 와도 난 들려 그래서 바라봐줘 세계로 글씨로 모았던 하피 강아지기 뜸을 줄 알았던 하피 이제 알 것 같아 골똘히 나오네요 한 사람 이제 만나왔던 하피 나라는 사과 넣는 말로 난 알고 있었는데 그랬는데 그리 보고 내가 참 많이 변했다 내 친구들한테 이쁘지 멋지다고 해주는 기쁘지 날 보지만이 멈지 없지 어디 가도 왜 이렇게 자신이 없지 어떻게 엄마가 내가 길을 도착하겨서 버렸대 진정해졌어 내 맘만 하면 돼 생각할 필요 없어 내 맘만 하면 돼 몰라 지금처럼 관심을 가졌죠 변하면 안 돼도 알았죠 그만이 없게 봐줘요 내가 더 잘해볼게요 잊어낸 걸 세계로 글씨로 모았던 하피 강아지기 뜸을 줄 알았던 하피 이제 알 것 같아
언제쯤 센치해질까요? 서로 부끄러워서 아무 말도 못하는 너에게로 다가가고 싶은데 바람에 너풀거린 꽃잎처럼 미래는 알 수가 없잖아. 이제는 용기 내서 고백할까요? 하나둘 둘이서 서로를 느껴봐요. 내 마음 모아서 너에게 전하고 싶어. 설레이는 오늘부터 우리는 누구며 기도하는 오늘부터 우리는 바람에 노을빛 내 맘을 실어보낼게. 그리고 마음이 모여 손내리는 좋아해요. 한가른 밭에 서서 두 손을 놓지 말기로 약속해요. 스승해지기 어든 또 감아둘게요. 지금보다 더 느껴주세요. 햇빛에 나른거린 구름처럼 아쉬운 시간만 가는데 이제는 용기 내서 고백할까요? 둘보단 하나 들려 서로를 느껴봐요. 내 마음 모아서 너에게 전하고 싶어. 설레이는 오늘부터 우리는 누구며 기도하는 오늘부터 우리는 바람에 노을빛 내 맘을 실어보낼게. 그리고 마음이 모여 손내리는 감싸줄게. 그래 언제까지 햇빛이 있어도 고마운 마음을 모아서 내 맘을 실어보낼게. 그리고 마음이 모여 손내리는 좋아해요. 햇살 눈부신 날가로 예쁜 새하얀 원피스를 입고 난 집에 나서지 이 노래 나오지. 나를 바라본 넋을 놓고 또 네 맘을 사로잡아버린 그 순간 울리는 목소리 네 맘의 목소리 또 그 작은 종소리가 울리지. 주세의 달콤 향기로운 아이스크림 케이크 특별해진 오늘을 어울리는 맛으로 특별하게 묻은 아이스크림에 네 가슴 두근거려 내게 다가오기 전에 So tasty Come and chase me 못 참겠어 Ice cream, you scream Give me that ice cream vanilla chocolate honey with the cherry on top 다양하게 보여줄게 너에게만 무지개 그려대는 저 모습보다 날 사랑을 그려내는 내게 점점 끌릴 거야 넌 날 들고 떠나 어서 떠나 조금만 스피드를 태워봐 오늘 네 허리 감싸는 내 손에 오늘이 다가쁜 맘이 두근두근 거리지 주세의 달콤 향기로운 아이스크림 케이크 특별해진 오늘을 어울리는 맛으로 특별하게 묻은 아이스크림에 네 가슴 두근거려 내게 다가오기 전에 So tasty Come and chase me 못 참겠어 Ice cream, you scream Give me that ice cream Ice cream, you scream Give me that ice cream Ice cream, you scream Give me that Pops 내 입안에 녹아내리는 줄 잔뜩 넣은 내 입안이 녹아내리는 줄 Baby boy 다른 남자들은 아무것도 몰라 You get so fine so I 관심인데 이런 물화부터 수도까지 맨 I wanna blast 내 보는 이 시선에 say some goodbye 기분 좋은 느낌이야 너와 눈이 마주치는 순간 Give me that, 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 give me that 어서요 부르는 I'm ice cream cake 오직 널 기다리며 촛불을 켜줄게요 따스한 너의 ice cream cake 녹아버리기 전에 내게 입 맞춰줘요 It's so tasty Come and chase me 네 입술이 달콤하게 녹아요 나는 눈을 감아요 나는 ice cream cake 특별해지고 눈에 어울리는 맛으로 가까이 묻은 아이스크림에 네 가슴 두근거려 내게 다가오기 전에 It's so tasty Come and chase me 못하겠어 Ice cream, you scream, give me that ice cream Ice cream, you scream, give me that ice cream Ice cream, you scream, give me that your lips What is love? 매일 지하와 속에서 나 지속에서 나 거울 속에서 사랑을 느껴 사랑을 따워 내일처럼 자꾸 가슴이 두근두근거려 설레임에 부풀어 올라 궁금해서 미칠 것만 같아 언젠간 내게도 이런 일이 실제로 일어날까 그게 언제쯤일까 어떤 사람일까 I wanna know 달콤하다는데 I wanna know 하루에 나는 똑같다는데 I wanna know 사랑이 어떤 느낌인지 I wanna know 너도 이루고 있다는데 I wanna know 세상이 더 아름답다는데 I wanna know 언젠가 너에게도 사랑이 올지 이런 상상들을 얻어 달려만 봐도 가슴이 터질 것 같은데 이렇게 좋은데 만일 언젠가 진짜로 내게 사랑이 올 때 난 울어버릴지도 몰라 정말 궁금해 미치던 말라가 언젠가 내게도 이런 일이 실제로 일어날까 그게 언제쯤일까 어떤 사랑일까 I wanna know 달콤하다는데 I wanna know 하루에 나는 똑같다는데 I wanna know 사랑이 어떤 느낌인지 I wanna know 너도 이루고 있다는데 I wanna know 세상이 더 아름답다는데 I wanna know 언젠가 너에게도 사랑이 지금 어느 곳에 살고 있는지 또다친 듯점다 만나게 될런지 언제 우리의 인연은 시작될런지 모르지만 느낌이 어쩐지 진짜 좋을 것 같아 왠지 영화 드라마보다도 더 멋지 사랑이 올 거야 내일감 언제나 맞지 어서 나타나봐 나는 다 준비가 됐지 Ready 어디 있을까 찾아낼 거야 어디 있을까 보고 싶어 죽겠어 더 이상 참을 수 없을 것만 같아 사탕처럼 달콤하다는데 하늘을 나는 것 같다는데 I wanna know 사랑이 어떤 느낌인지 하루 종일 웃고 있다는데 세상이 더 아름답다는데 I wanna know 언젠가 나에게도 사랑이 올까 I wanna Hey boy, look, I'm gonna make this simple for you. You got two choices. Yes or yes. 둘 중에 하나
놀랍게도 이기적이었던 나 뭔가 이렇게 갖고 싶던 적 있어 놀라 내 뻔뻔한데 Come on and tell me yes 지금보다 꽉감해진 나의 시나리오 이전 너 플랜이면 완벽해 만족해 I don't care 누가 뭐래도 You better tell me yes 난 너는 정했어 yes 그냥 이제는 내 아들들을 차례 힘들면 부기를 줄게 넌 고르기만 해 고민할 필요도 없게 해줄게 뭘 고를지 몰라 준비해봤어 둘 중에 하나만 골라 yes or yes 네 마음을 몰라 준비해봤어 하나만 선택해 어서 yes or yes 싫으면 싫어 넌 아니면 우리 선택을 존중해 거절은 거절해 선택지는 하나 자 선택은 네가 있어 up to you 둘 중에 하나만 골라 yes or yes 진심일까 눈앞에 진심이 눈앞에 애매하죠 baby 확실히 위아래로 There's no letters and no 지워버릴래 오늘부로 복잡하게 고민할 필요 없어 정답은 yes 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 위기심도 자극하는 너의 눈과 널 향한 호기심이 많아서 올라 떠오른다 My heart You better hurry up 조금씩이나 하자면 눈물 굴러도 내 만나게 될 거야 모두 이루어야 해도 어찌라도 해도 지내지 않게 해줄게 뭘 고를지 몰라 준비해봤어 둘 중에 하나만 골라 yes or yes 네 마음을 몰라 준비해봤어 하나만 선택해 어서 yes or yes 싫으면 싫어 난 아니면 우리 선택을 존중해 거절은 거절해 선택지는 하나 자 선택은 네가 너 있어 Maybe I don't know Maybe I don't know 좀 더 선명하게 네 맘을 내게 보여봐 귀 기울여봐 무슨 소리가 들리지 않니 It's simple Y-E-S 둘 중에 하나만 골라 yes or yes 하나만 선택해 어서 yes 우리 둘 사이에 틈은 더 좁혀져가고 조금씩 둘만의 시간이 흘러갈수록 더 두근두근두근 떨리는 걸 어서 와 내 맘을 걸어보려 아무도 알려준 적 없는데 어쩜 수많은 사람들 중 그대만 우주에서 제일 멋진 건지 Just tell me why 여기만 걷고 싶은 그대와 Tell me why 사랑만 받고 싶은 손으로 Tell me why 소연 꽃길을 걷어봐도 찬데 사랑을 말해줘 내게 talk to me 꿈 같은 하루 날아가는 사랑으로 만든 you 이대로만 내가 너를 위한 곳이야 너무 격하게 너의 이러던 내 두 눈은 너겠어 눈부신 빛을 머금은 걸까 자꾸 다가온 너란 기적 이제 난 손을 뻗어 닿을 수 있게 Just tell me why 여기만 걷고 싶은 그대와 Tell me why 비밀이 많은 어떤 소녀가 Tell me why 그림처럼 그 길을 걷어봐도 찬다 내 앞에 어느새 너무 풍경이 아름다워 너와 나 꿈만 같아 소녀 꽃길을 걷어봐도 찬다 눈앞에 어느새 네가 가까이 사기이라 뭔가 야만스럽게 가나리 순간의 기미 세타임 우리 깎고 길이 손잡고 고백하리 가린 날 아마 이동가 보시 너 고로 이መስ었던 네 옷이 어느 정이 떠오르 노래 잘못한 Hashtag cookie jar Put your hand in the cookie jar 누구게 모이게로 와 꽃이가 가슴 부실 때 그거 Hashtag cookie jar Put your hand in the cookie jar 그게 차이 손을 쳤어 기름 나 색깔이 달콤했어 Hashtag cookie jar 大胆不敵にわがまま放題可愛いは正義閉まるみたいに気分はふわふわ隣にはおうち誰かそんな甘い恋がした君の探そう飛躍のレシピお望み通りどれでも全部扉をさえち夢のような Hashtag cookie jar Put your hand in the cookie jar 魔法の中ではときめきが弾けちゃうでしょ Hashtag cookie jar Put your hand in the cookie jar 絶対勝てばあらゆるに世界を染めよう Hashtag cookie jar 一口頬張れば終わらない心が欲しがるは止まらない君と二人だけの秘密だからHashtag cookie jar Put your hand in the cookie jar どこでもいけるわドキドキが加速していくの Hashtag cookie jar Put your hand in the cookie jar
We've hit 45 here. I'm just gonna like let the song finish and then we'll regroup for our last hurrah today. All right, and that's very conveniently the end of my K-pop playlist anyway. So I'll put up the other side. Hooray! Oh man, it has been a day. I have had so much fun today. Like this whole time just flew by. Um let's see. I kind of I don't know that I got as much done as I wanted to in this round. Like I guess I kind of did. I've just like filled up this whole page, but only like half of that's going to actually go in. You know how it goes. Um I hope that was like a nice productive encouraging hour. I'm definitely gonna have to take some off hours, like some off stream hours to finish my zine. I gotta go eat after this though. Um, but yeah. Um, let's see. What else do I have here? Oh, I need to make a note of something. Copy. It's a little funny. Oh boy! I want to see. Let me like check my email. I gotta work on my meat factor. What does that mean? I mean, I agree. That just sounds like something to agree to. Holy crap! I can't believe that you just like drew this. This looks so good. Okay, I guess I'll have to like officially show it off. Oh wow. See, like, you guys are like on it. I mean, I guess I've made like a decent amount of progress. I've got like 4 pages. One, two, well, if you're counting half pages, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then basically eight. I got basically 8 pages done. That's really good. Oh man. Okay, how the heck am I gonna share this? I don't know how to do like a screen share right now, so it's one of those things like I'm gonna have to print it very old school. That's why I have this instead of like one of those pop-up things. Um I mean, hey, that's 5 sentences that you did not have before, and like that is excellent. Hey Laura, nice to see you. That is fabulous, Lisa. Like, that's also really fun. You're going to a party. I feel like there were kind of a lot of things happening this week that I wanted to I wanted to do. I've got the meats. Okay, here I'm gonna. Oh man, that actually comes up pretty darn well. This is the cover of Kaija's zine. Hope you don't mind me showing it off. It's really good. Do you want me to show off the rest of it? Because I've got the rest that you sent me here. It's really cool. Can you believe that Kaija just like drew this like right now? It says an afternoon with an all-American hikikomori, which is really such an excellent title. It's beautiful. It reminds me of for some reason it reminds me of uh an afternoon in the garden of something something. I think it's a George Seurat painting, just like making it up. Um okay. I'm just gonna like scroll a little bit here. So here's another page. These are each pages that Kaija did. This is like a definition. Yeah, okay. So this is like a definition of a hikikomori. I'm just gonna read it real quick. It says like it's literally just like a Google screenshot, and it's got the Earth Day thing. I love that. Um, very well done down here. Very beautiful. Okay, hikikomori is literally pulling inward, being confined, also known as acute social withdrawal, is total withdrawal from society and seeking extreme degrees of social isolation and confinement. Hikikomori refers to both the phenomenon in general and the recluses themselves, and that's just like the brief description from Wikipedia that's highlighted. So that's interesting. I always wonder, like, what do they mean by extreme? What is extreme? Anyway, so I guess we'll find out. It says like, why call myself a hikikomori? I omit myself from the meat grinder of working life. Oh, now I get the meats. I omit myself from the meat grinder of working life. I'm nearing the 6-month mark of no work. At age 28, it's irresponsible. There is a guilt that festers in me when I use this phrase. I'm not taking control of my life, but I find comfort in not wanting to participate in real life. I'm affirming to myself that I do not have to do what others are doing. I can live my life at the pace that I want to. A kinder term is hermiting. I'm a dependent adult who doesn't work. I like the poppy sound of this Japanese phrase, even with its negative connotations. I kind of agree. I like it just sounds nice. Hikiko, Hikikomori. Oh man. Is it okay that I'm like still reading it, reading it out? Because it's so good and I'm so excited about it and I don't want to wait 5 minutes to read it. This is the next page. Bless this mess. There's a perpetual mess that follows me throughout this house. It follows me everywhere. I drift from room to room, repelling objects. I stack things to guard myself from responsibility. It's a consequence of my existence. You accept that I will destroy and create the world to fit my needs. I am always overwhelmed by the mess. It's a slug that appears when I am lax. Addressing it is the first step. Okay, okay. I seriously need to, like, get you in touch with my sister because my sister I think would totally relate so strongly to this zine and just so strongly to experience and like especially with the mess capital. And so like so my mom was always very upset about that, like upset about her kind of like leaving a mess everywhere. And it was very much like it was sort of half defense mechanism and half just like proof of life, if that makes any sense. Like you gotta talk to my sister. She's also the one who did the, Pokemon reading for me, which I still haven't uploaded it because I had sort of a weird recording thing, and so I've had to do a lot more editing on it just to make sure that it all works well. Um, but, like, she's the one who did the reading with the Pokemon Oracle. I just feel like you guys should talk to each other. Like, I'll send you I'll send you her email address, and then if you want to say hi, like, feel free. Okay. Oh, and here's like the next page of the mess. Oh my god, there's Pigpen on it. I love it. I could give you actionable advice as to combat the mess, but it's inevitable, ever occurring. You'd be tired of dealing with it too. I foster its festering. I am I am the cause of its ever-present cloud. I'm like Pigpen. Oh man. I really love your photos. I love the way that you've had them as like a whole border on the bottom of the two pages. Oh man. Is this your first, like, larger book like, not mini zine? I mean, I guess you did the Pokemon Oracle, so I guess it's not quite your first, but it's like, this is really good. Like, okay. Oh my god! Oh my god, the fried cheese. Oh my god! Fried cheese and a pickle, it will change your life. Get yourself a nonstick pan, some cheese. A smaller amount goes a long way. A pickle. I used quartered pickles, add some garlic seasoning. Fry the cheese on medium-high heat. It takes 3 to 4 minutes to get a solid crust on your cheese. Watch it carefully and try to move it. It'll be like a pancake. When you have your cheese skin, place the pickle in the middle and bone apple teeth. Oh my god. My dad always said bone in tight. Like bone like a bone in tights. Like a pair of tights. Oh man. Okay, I gotta try this. I have cheese, I have a pickle. Like I'm doing this tonight. I'm gonna report back to you. Hang on. Ana- Anatomy of an All-American Hikikomori. Oh my gosh. Wild hair, all season sweats, no shoes, no problem. This is just like what everybody in Los Angeles looks like to me. There's like a lot of Colorado mountain man kind of things. Oh my gosh. This is so cool. This is so good. Wow. I mean, like, this is one of those things where it looks so you could definitely add more, but like really anything that you add at this point is just gravy because this is like so solid just now. It's so good. That's really cool. I'm so, so happy to have been able to share it. It's so good. Oh, I got an email from Anna Clara too from earlier, so I'll have to check that later. Um, what else do I have to show off like before wrapping up? I mean, admittedly, I'm getting a little tired. I kind of forgot to take a break earlier. You know what I mean? Like, I just got too into it and I was fine. Oh, Kaija! Oh, I love it. It's so cool. Yeah, okay. What the heck am I gonna do now? I guess I'm gonna go and make a fried cheese and pickle. Breaks are important. I always forget to. Yeah, yeah, I kind of forget about that. I'll be a little bit more proactive about that tomorrow. But really, like, I think that I just prepared so well because I was just so excited for today. I woke up 2 hours earlier than I meant to just because I couldn't sleep because I was too excited. I was like, I just gotta wake up, and um, I was like, just too jazzed to actually start working on it. So I think that if I had tried to take a break, I probably just would have worked right through it anyway. So, I mean, that's sort of part of the fun of like these timed challenges. I don't mean to say timed. I mean to say like scheduled challenges, Um is like I can sort of build up my preparation so that when it's time to marathon something, I'm good. Like I mentally I knew what I was getting into. Um and because I've been preparing for this like all week, and then I made sure that I had a good breakfast so that I didn't have to stop and like eat a large meal. I could just kind of do snacks. I had like one snack, but I just haven't been hungry. I've just been too focused. I should probably eat though. Um yeah, so it's like I think I'm pretty good at that. I feel like I'm like a camel. I'm like a camel, where it's like when I have things in abundance and when I have the time, like I just prepare for when I go and do a little marathon walk across the desert, and it's just how I'm built, you know. I've even, you know, I've even just like yeah, I've just prepared enough to be totally on board. All right, I guess it's 5 o'clock, so I'm gonna start to wrap up because I feel like otherwise I could just kind of keep chit chatting forever, and I still have another round of this tomorrow. So I got to make sure that I prepare, I refill my camel hump fat deposits so that I can survive in the desert. So I guess we'll say, an official goodbye. I'll give it a minute or two so everyone can say goodbye in the chat if they want to. And um, thanks so much for joining. Like, this was so much fun. I got to talk to so many people and I made some new zine friends, and I'm really, really excited. I am so motivated to actually finish this 24-hour zine like within 24 hours because I really want to be able to show off at the end of tomorrow. Like I want to be able to do it. Good night, JR. Yeah, it's nighttime for us. Um, and I guess also for Sarah, who was on earlier, it's gonna start heading towards nighttime. Good night. Thanks for like coming up with this whole thing, Nina, and just hosting it and advertising it and being like and hanging out and just spreading the zine love. It is my greatest pleasure to be part of this lovely community. Oh yeah, it's like way later over there. It's like bedtime for you guys. Yeah. Okay. Lovely to see you all. I will see you guys tomorrow if you have the time slash feel like coming back at any time. Again, like it's all drop in. It's all just if you feel like it, and I'll just, be working on my zine. And I will see you guys potentially tomorrow, and if not, like and or email me anytime. Bye. Love you all.